Yeah, something like that, T-Dot. No, we're no longer well, I'm no longer driving. I'm no longer trucking. What's going on there, big boy? How you doing, Buck? We got a really weird morning going here for out in the prairies. We don't usually get fog. Or if we do, we get very little. You know, like you're driving, like when you're going through Iowa or you're going through Idaho or South or North Dakota, you look out in the field and you see a little bit of fog, rolling across the field. But that's mostly what we get. But for some reason, look at this morning. We've got a whole, you can't see shit. You can't see diddly squat. We've got, I'm hoping, well, the sun is up already, but I'm hoping it'll burn off some of this fog. Good to see you, Buck. How's Mama doing? Don't need a big long, about, just make sure she's all right. Western Star, good to see you, brother. Long time. So T-Dot, I'm not trucking. I've still got my hand. I've still got my hand in it. But I'm now, anything I do from home, or any meddling I do. I try not to meddle. Usually fucks. Every time I try to meddle, it usually fucks my business up. So I try to keep my hands out of it and let it run. But I'm no longer in a truck. I am just yet but a humble, I don't know what you want to classify, what I'm classified as. That's damn good to hear, Buck. That's really damn good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. TJ, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. I saw you this morning. I think, where'd I see you? I saw you over in, where'd I see you? Over in Cordova, Tyrannus. Seen you twice today. I think I saw you over briefly on Cordova, and I caught the very end of Sterling, watching the sun come up. And as much as it may pain me to say that, it just kind of inspired me a bit. I haven't done one of these in a while. We haven't had very good weather, so I just kind of thought, you know what? That's not a bad idea. He had a pretty decent sunrise this morning. It looked good sitting where he was sitting. So good to see you, TJ. Damn, man. You've been busy. Tyrannus is all over the place. I gotta ask Tyrannus, like, you always talk. You made a comment that you used to be most of your career was flatbed until you took a swinging door in the head. We've all been there. But man, when do you work, brother? Everybody that goes live, like I sit around the house, right? I sit around the house all day long. So I've got time to, every time somebody goes live, I can pop on and check it out and everything. But man, you're out there working. What are you running around with YouTube blasting all day long? Once you see how the word therapist is spelled, therapy is never the same. Well, as much as people may think, I've never had therapy. There's a few people around probably think that I require it or have needed to require it. I've never done therapy, or I've never done the rapist either. So if either of them come to fruition, Tyrannus, you'll be the first one to know, brother. Fate, good to see you, man. Good to see you out and about. I meant to, I didn't mean to ask you because I haven't seen you around really, but I'm just curious. Reefer still doing well for you? Like I was watching the market last week closely, believe it or not. I was checking out oversized, and I was checking out some flatbed, and I was looking at, and I came across reefer freight, and you came to mind. I was just kind of wondering, Scott, how you're doing? You doing all right? Oh, you got multi-drop. All right, that's it. Good morning, Mikhail. Good to see you, man. Nomadic Brett, how you doing, my friend? Upstate New York, beautiful part of the country up there. Beautiful part of the country. It's one of the few places in New York that I don't mind driving. Really, I don't. In New York, right? If I'm going to go into New York, doing upstate New York, the only thing, Britt, I'm not crazy about upstate New York is you get into some pretty hard pulls. They're not long hills, but some of them are pretty steep. And if you're loaded out heavy, you're going to burn some fuel running through there. Start by 5. You start early, you're done by 5. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you too, Mikhail. Or Mikhail. Why am I doing that? Kamail. Holy crap. It's been so long since I've been live. Britt, I'm doing well. I can't speak for Dar. Dar and I split early the year. I guess it would have been about January. So that happened in January. But as far as I know, she's doing well. She's doing all right. She's actually I'm not going to say anything what she's doing, but it's not my place to say. I know that she's made comments, and she's not on my channel, but she's made comments at other channels, and of what her plans are and what she's doing. So a lot of people already know. She's actually I'm going to say it. She's actually moving to Scotland. So good for her. Good for her. You spend a lot of time up there. Well, you spend a lot of money on fuel too. My wing caught the door and fucked up my day. I got called into the terminal and put in my 2 week. You did, eh? Door swinging ain't for you, brother. Hey, it's for me. It was an end to a mean, an end to a whatever. I did flatbed for. I probably did flatbed for almost 18 years straight. The most of it was oversized and heavy, but some of it was also regular flatbed. And then at the end, I think the last couple of years, I switched over to van freight, and it took a little getting used to. I had a little more time on my hands, right? You're not necessarily loading and unloading and strapping, tarping, and all that kind of shit. So. You walk 78 feet back, you open the doors, you back it in, and then you sit in your truck and you literally, play on your phone? That's probably what you're doing. That's why I see you all over the place. If you got multi-drops. Chattanooga, okay, so from Tennessee to New York. That's a nice little jaunt, especially for you pulling the tanks. I'm going to assume, Brett, you're still pulling the tanks for Schneider. Successfully. You know what? Don't worry about it. Sorry, I didn't know. Don't worry about it. It's life. It happens. People just grow apart. They do. People just grow apart. They don't. The flame's gone. Everything. Whatever. Just people grow apart and they want to go their own ways, and that's just what happened here. But in the meantime, she's got herself a good guy, and going off to Scotland to start the next part of her life. I have got myself a fantastic gal, and I'm now living in Alberta full-time in Strathmore, and I'm getting on very much with my life. You're going to stay with them for another 3 years, and then you're done. Attaboy. Attaboy. Make that plan. Get that exit strategy. Nomadic. I wished that I had put more of an exit strategy into place. I had one, and then circumstances prevented the retirement and whatnot. But then, there's nothing you can do about it. There's no sense griping and bitching and moaning. Look at that sun. Isn't that fantastic? Sorry, let me just... And there's no use bitching, moaning, and complaining and whining about it. So it set me back. But and the divorce wasn't it. Like, there was other things going on. So, but damn, if you've got a plan and you can do it, you can execute it. Get the hell out, Brett. It ain't getting any easier out there, and this isn't a shot at you, Mark. It's not, but it is like you ain't no spring chicken no more. You know what? If you can get out in 3 years while you still got your health and you've still got your, you've still got your wits about you, and you're not drained, and you're not you're not driving down the road bent over your steering wheel, and you're doing it just because you have to, not because you want to. So if you can do it and execute it, get it done, brother. Cheeky Monkey, good to see you, man. Beautiful sunset. No, the sun's coming up. It's actually, it's starting to burn off some of this fog. I'm fine being poor. It's the old lady that loves money. That tends to be the case in a lot of us, for a lot of us. But in my case, I happen to like money too. And I have no qualms in saying it. I don't mind living on a budget. I really don't. I don't mind, living as long as I'm living within my means. But I do like to have money. I always have, and there's certain lessons in life I've had to learn, because there's times where I've had a lot more money than I needed, and I wasn't always the smartest with it. And there's been times where, you're rolling the couch cushions for change. But that's me. But when you've got, in some cases, a lot of guys out there, they've got that wife that, when the owner operator big money starts coming in, that, their lifestyles elevate to that level of income. And next thing you know, you're running the miles for them, not for you. I love money. Oh, I love money. I just don't love what I got to do to get it. Well, your other alternative is to stand on a corner and or put on a skirt and walk through the truck stops. Then you really won't love what you got to do to get. Or maybe you will. Tyrannus, you're a sick fuck. I don't know. Maybe you just might. Who knows? Either way, I won't be in the truck stop to see it. I enjoy my money as much as is needed for 15-year plan, which started 2 years ago. Man, 15-year plan, Corey, a lot can happen in 15 years. In the trucking business, a lot of shit can happen in 15 minutes. Never mind 15 years. But if you've got a 15-year goal or a 15-year plan in place and you can execute it, you know what? Come back in 15 years and let us know what how you're doing and how it worked out for you. I love what I do. You know what? I think in the beginning, all of us loved what we did. When it came to trucking, my first 10 years, even 15 years, I loved trucking. Especially once I made that jump. my first few years as a company ride, and then, the rest of my career as an owner operator. I loved it when I made that jump to owner operator. It was fantastic, and the money was good, and especially back then, times were much better for us. So making money wasn't as difficult. It's funny that, I've said it before, that I was looking at statements from 2015, right? When cleaning out a bunch of shit and boxes, and my truck today is generating more money per day than it was in 2015. But yet in 2015, I personally was making more money. Right now, it's harder to make the money. The truck will generate it if you're on with a good company, or if you're out by yourself and you're doing it right. You'll make the money, but what you get to keep out of that money is very, very slim now. The margin, the margin used to be much bigger from what you were generating to what you were taking home. Now you're generating, my last year, the truck generated 320 and change. I'd love to sit here and say that I got to keep 320 and change, but I didn't. Quinn Taylor, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Damn, man. Trucking issues is good companies paying well, not the industry. Not paying well. You're right. You're right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. If you look at the industry per mile rate over the last, say, 10, what are we in, 2025? So let's say 10 years, the industry for company drivers has maybe gone up, I don't know, 25 cents a mile in the last 10 years? If you're making 75 cents a mile right now, 10 years ago you were making 50 cents a mile. That's not the greatest, man. That's really not the greatest as a company driver. You think the cost of living in the last 10 years has gone up threefold. So your wage has not kept up with the industry standard. Or sorry, with inflation, or with the world about you. So you're actually coming out behind. You're behind here right now. You're not actually doing all that. Well, not to say you're not doing well, but you're not living to what is the standard to what you should be, because your income is not kept up with the cost of living, and that's unfortunate. It is. And it's the same with the owner operators. Owner operators that are on with companies. Let's say you're on with a company, and let's just say, for example, you're making $1, and this is Canadian, guys, right? Rolling 18, damn, man, good to see you, man. Canadian companies, but let's just say you're making $1.85 a mile. $1.85 a mile. Your truck is now a $250,000 investment, and that's if you don't even have a trailer. But yet in 2015, you were making $1.40. Right? You were making $1.40. So you're making from 2015 to now, your income has gone up, or your rate per mile, if you're on with a company, you're leased on, has gone up 40 cents or 45 cents a mile. I can tell you right now, from 2015 till now, it's costing you more than 45 cents a mile, right? To keep up with to run your truck, to run your equipment. Just the cost of the equipment alone, right? In 2014, I bought that Volvo, a brand new Volvo. I went out the door with a heavy spec Volvo, fully loaded, right? Out the door with extended warranty, $148,000. Taxes in, out the door, $148,000. Dude, you can't buy a 2022 or 2023 for 140 grand right now, right? Depending on what you're looking at. Like, I was looking through the truck market yesterday, and 2021s and 2022s, like Kenworths, or like say W9s and the Pete's, are still going for almost 200 grand Canadian. That's crazy, people. That's crazy. My apologies, Zeus. I should have said I knew who you were. I should have said that. Yeah, Roland 18 is Trucker Zeus. I never did ask you why you changed your name. I like the new one though. In 2015, trucks were only 125 grand. Well, yeah, that's US, Buck, right? Rebranded, attaboy. It doesn't matter what the business is, you got to be ready to pivot. Sounds like you did it. Your 26 kW is 223,000 US. Yeah, the T680 up here right now, you're still like fully loaded. Say you get the VIT. If you get the VIT package, so you get the fully loaded with the extended warranty, all the shit out the door, you are cresting $300,000 in Canada. Right? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On the mileage rates right now, let's just say as an owner operator, let's say you're making $1.86 a mile if you're leased on, or even if you're not leased on, and you've got guys on the open market that are picking their own loads, like for example Fate Trucking's doing, a lot of other guys are doing. Let's just say you're running for 280, which is, I'm not saying that you are, because a lot of guys aren't, right? A lot of guys are not running at 280 a mile. They're running 205, 220, 230, around there on a payment on a $300,000 truck. Unless you've got 150 to put down on it, that's hard to do, man. That's hard to do. Let me tell you. Oh shit. There's a lot. You guys got to go check out. Guard Dog. He called me. He called me the other day. Or he sends me this frickin'. This is what happens when Guard Dog has too much time on his hands. You can tell he's retired, right? So he makes a video about me, and he sent it to me first before he put it up, and I didn't care. I sat there and almost shot coffee. I was sitting on the side of my bed when I saw it, just getting out of bed, and Victoria's laying in bed beside me, and I'm just howling, laughing, watching this, and it's Guard Dog wondering where I've been, because I haven't been live in a while. So if you get a chance, click on his name and go check out and see what Garth put up. It was rather funny. It was cute. I think what he was doing was poking the bear, right? I think that's what he was doing. He was he was just literally trying to get me off my ass, and it may have worked. That and watching Sterling this morning. I didn't say anything, but like I said, I caught the last, I don't know, 7. I was making coffee this morning, so I caught the last of it. There it is there. Dog put it up in the chat. Truck, yeah, rolling 18. It's tough. I think, Jim, that you're on with somebody, are you not? You're not running your own authorities, and I think you're on with somebody. So I always prefer, I did it both ways. I did at one point run with my own authorities, my own numbers, and I found it easier to be leased on with another company, as long as you can find the company that is reputable, that has the lanes, has the freight, they're a proven, they've got a shop that you have access to. They have a lot of things that you would have to pay for separately or go find separately. I always found that it was better for me and my business to be leased on, because usually when I was leased on with ATS or KBD transportation in Ontario just before I moved out here. And then I was on with ET Transport before that. And both times I was leased on. Now, when you're leased on like that, the company covers your insurance, your plates, your stickers. They file your IFTA. They take care of all of that for you, right? Or at least most of the companies up here do, or the ones that I would look to get on with. So I always found it easier in that case. And then, yes, my mileage rate would be like for example, like $1.80, $1.90 a mile, but I didn't have any other expenses coming off of that. Right? I had no expenses coming off. I didn't have to pay insurance. The only thing I had to pay would be, any maintenance. You put your truck in the shop, you're still going to get a bill. But I always found that it was just better for me. Some guys do it differently. A lot of the industry today, it's an 80-20 split or a 75-25 split. But then you're on the hook with everything else. Right, you're paying your own with a 75-25 split or an 80-20 split. I think it's about 85-15 if you've got your own trailer, and it's 75-25 if you're running on your if you're running with your truck and their trailer. But then you're on the hook for your own insurance. You're on the hook for your plates, your stick, all of that kind of shit. And I preferred not to do that. And it worked well for me, and it really did. Believe me, I have no qualms or no problems with the money that I made. And then I think the last year and a half, as a lot of you know, I was running those heavy haul ingots, and that was a whole different deal. That was a set contract that I'd made out with the company, and I was doing those. I was doing 2 loads of those a day, every day, and one on Saturday. So. And we did very, very, very well with that. That averaged out somewhere just north of about 375 a mile, and it was only 100. Well, I think it was like 126 miles one way. So you'd run down loaded 126 miles, run back empty, load up another set of ingots, run back down 126 miles loaded, and run back empty, and that was your day. So we did really well with that. That was a cash cow. Zeus, you're leased on. Good deal. That's just the way I prefer to do it. I really do. Robin, good to see you, man. How's things over there? I'm looking in your direction right now. The sun's just I guess your sun's a little higher than mine. You're an hour ahead of me. Hopefully, my brother, you're doing okay. I don't have time nor patience to deal with my own dispatch, except, you know what? I didn't mind that. At least with the companies, like, for example, KBD, their dispatchers were fairly experienced. Same with ET. ET's dispatchers are very experienced. And it was one of those cases, especially if you're leased on, the harder and better you run, the more they're going to run you, right? If you're a lazy fart, you're going to come out with, 22, 23, 2,400 miles a week. But if you're banging it out, and you're banging out 32, 3,500 miles a week, and you're still knocking on the door going, okay, what's next? They love that, right? So I did very well, right? I ran hard, and I did well for it. Such as the carrier I'm leased to and have been for 3.5 years. Well, you know what? That's the thing. I was not really a job hopper, right? I most places I stayed, I was there for several years before I left. I was with KBD now, the last part here, for 2.5 years before I left and came out here. But then I was with ET for 3 years, and then I was with KBD before that. I was with them for 5 years. And before that, I was with DECX. I was with them for 16 years. So I've got, I wasn't a hopper. I didn't jump around as much as some people do. If you pay me and you run me, I'll be happy. And if you pay me correctly, That's the way to do it. I tell people to be company driver, period. Well, you know what? The problem with company drivers, dog, I always found is you kind of get lopped in with a bunch of other guys that are company drivers, right? Companies up here, Johnny, they make more money running owner operators with owner operators leased on. They make more money, right? When they've got their own company trucks, dollar for dollar, pound for pound, it costs them more, or their profit is less on a company truck than it is on an owner operator. So if you've got an owner operator that's hungry and really wants to go, they'll run you. I know for a fact, because me and a company driver, we could be running down anywhere, but say me and one of my own fleet, one of the guys on our fleet, and if me and a company driver pulled into a place at the same time, I had the first reload. Well, usually we had our reloads before we left anyway, but before we left the terminal anyway. But in that case, there were times where I didn't have, and maybe you had to sit for half an hour before dispatch gave you your next load. If there was two of us sitting there, I'd get the reload first. Four degrees there. Oh, dude, it is. Well, it's only 6 here. It's not warm. It's not warm. Have I tried the Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream? Yes. Yes. I've tried them all now, Robin. I think there's 8 now flavors. 8 new flavors. Or not new, they've been around for a while now, but 8 flavors, and I've done them all. The cream soda is my favorite. The original Dr. Pepper is still my favorite. But the Dr. Pepper cream soda is very good. The strawberries and cream I find a little too sweet. And that's really weird for me because I love sweet, right? Zeus, that number changed. I've now got a new number. I will, at the end of this, I'll reach out. I'll send you an email. I'll send you the new number. I've been a tanker yanker here for 10 years now, and that's good. That's good. You know what? But Mark, you're a proven a runner. You know, you're a proven runner. You're a money maker for them, and they know that. They're not going to sit you. They're not going to jerk you around. They're not going to fuck you on your money. They're not going to short you on your pay, right? They're not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize you leaving, right? You've done, you've driven for them for 10 years, but within that 10 years, you've done training. You've trained some of their people. You're a mentor to a lot of their guys when they bring guys on, this and that, and they know that. So they're not going to be sitting around going, well, let's fuck Mark. They're not doing that. For 25 years, an owner-operator is my own authority. I don't have time to list all the expenses I was on the hook for with 3 trucks running. Now the loads I ran with specialists, the pay was different. Well, yeah, if you can get yourself into a niche, like a niche market, dog, you had a niche market, right? It's not something that, even with my experience, that's not something that I could go out and do, right? You kind of got your own thing there, and that's why the pay was so ridiculously well, and that's why it worked out so well for you. You didn't hang up your keys because you necessarily wanted to, right? Pulled tank for 10 years, good times. That's the one thing I've never done, boys. I've done just about everything. I've never pulled a tank, short of having one of those small little tanks that, that's inside the cage. And then you chain the cage to the deck, and there might be something in that tank, but that's about as close to pulling a tanker as I've ever got. My name is Nobody. Good to see you, my friend. Damn good to see you. I like to take regular Dr. Pepper and a thing of cream soda and control the mix. I've never even thought about that. I like the way it is. I like it the way it is. It's good. It's you sit and you. Problem is they don't make the bottles big enough. If you give me a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper, I'm going to drink the full 2 liters. right? I'm just a glutton when it comes to that kind of shit. And to tell you the truth, I haven't drank. I've sworn. I was drinking so much of it, I've sworn it off. So I've been kind of. I'm drinking ginger ale right now for the most part, and Crush cream soda. But I'm not even drinking a lot of that. I'm mostly, for the most part, any pop or soda that I'm drinking now. I'm now drinking ginger ale because I was drinking so much Dr. Pepper. It's like, dude, it was like cocaine, right? I was like thinking about it all the frickin' time. Go upstairs, pour myself a coffee, look over my shoulder. Yep, okay, I got enough. Got to take off to the doctor later, everyone. Well, let us know what they find. You having that lobotomy done? Remember, you'd rather have a bottle in front of you than a frontal lobotomy, right? Slacker. No, you know what? It's health-wise. You can only put so much Dr. Pepper into your body before shit starts happening. Thanks, dog. I wasn't sure how this was gonna go, to tell you the truth. It's been a while since I've been live. I almost forgot, did I forget how to do this? Been a while. I think we'll, if we can get some nice weather. The other thing is we haven't had the greatest of weather. And again, my girl works 7 on and then she gets 7 off. So when she's on, I'm not getting out of bed, right? I'm not getting out of bed if she's at home. So it's when she's off, then I'm off, and I want to spend as much time with her as I can. But when she's working, for example, I dropped her off at work this morning. She's working, then I've got more time. I can take care of what I got to take care of in the morning, and then I've got, like I said, I got time. I can sit here and kind of mess around with you guys. Look at that damn fog, though. It's still. I think it's the cold. I don't know. I'm not a goddamn weatherman. I don't know. So I think what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. I think what I'm gonna do is, because the channel's kind of flat right now, the algorithm's not really going out. People aren't getting notifications. So I think what I'm gonna do is on the weeks where she's working. I'm going to try to go back to doing lives every morning, whether it be this or whatever. And on the weeks where she's not working and she's home, then I'll take a break. And I was kind of doing that before anyway, but I think that's what we're going to get back to. We were sitting there, I think yesterday, discussing, we've got a spare room now. So what we are going to do is we're going to kind of set it up studio wise. I was planning on building a studio in the other house, because I had an outbuilding where I could actually build a proper studio. The only problem is, if you have a studio in the house, then you can't smoke, right? So then it means I got to give up smoking. Oh, damn. Right? Oh, damn. But I think so. We were talking about it yesterday, and we were looking, and we were talking to another friend of hers who is a computer whiz, and we're not afraid to spend the money to get the proper equipment to do a decent studio. I've already got some of the cameras and mics and shit like that, so. Yeah, but you know what, dog? It's hard, even with an air purifier. If you're gonna smoke, and especially if you're puffing on a cigar, it's gonna get into the rest of the house. It doesn't matter what you do. And I don't own the house, right? The house that we're living in right now is a rental, and you gotta be careful with that. But I think that's where we're going, and she's all on board with it. She actually came up with some really good ideas. for decor and whatnot, and how to do and this. So we're gonna look at that. I think we're gonna do, because obviously it's, what are we in, September now? What, September 4th, 5th, something like that. It's gonna start getting a little colder. I don't want to be sitting out here if I don't have to. Yeah, but I can. When I did that, like when I lived in Ontario, dog, I could do that because I had that garage, right? Or garage, whatever. I had that garage and it was insulated, right? So all I had to do was turn on the fire table and I'd be nice and warm out there, even if it was minus fucking 20. I don't have a garage on this house, right? There's no garage for me to do that. I can't go outside and do the live outside. I can, but I'd be sitting in my car shivering. So it's all, you know what? Don't get me wrong. I got to quit smoking anyway, right? I used to have a sign that politely asked others not to breathe while I smoke. You know what? I wish I had that on a t-shirt. I really do. I do my best to try to be respectful around other people, right? About smoking, but there are times where, people are giving you dirty looks because you're smoking a cigarette or you're puffing on a cigar, and the smoke is the smoke. And, if you don't want to inhale it or you don't want to smell it, leave. Nobody's forcing you to be there. Oh, I nailed this coffee this morning. For me, it's only 7:49 or 7, almost 7, 10 to 8 in the morning here. So I'm still having morning coffee. Most of you guys are up and around and already chugging. So you've had yours. I blaze pot now, and I tell people stand up, win for me, or leave. Obviously, I don't smoke pot, dog, but one of the things that I can now use, because I'm no longer trucking and I'm no longer crossing borders and I'm no longer susceptible to drug testing, is I can use CBD, right, without the THC, right? I can use those for joint pain and everything like that. So I'm actually going to be going back to ask some people about this, the best ones to use, the best quality and whatnot, because CBD is fantastic for people with arthritis, joint pain, back pain, any kind of pain. CBD is fantastic and it's proven. I can't use anything with THC in it because obviously I can't get stoned. I'm not allowed, but I can use the CBD, whether it be in gummy or or liquid form, and I think I'm going to start using that. Even with I couldn't use it before because it would still, it may not show up in your piss test, but in Canada, a lot of places now are they're doing the hair follicle, right? They pluck a piece of hair, and even if the CBD is, they tell you it's 100% THC free, it's not. There's still, like I said, it may get by a piss test, but it won't get past a follicle test. So I just couldn't take the chance. I miss the 70s and early 80s, and you could smoke everywhere, even in a church. Oh, Buck, I remember walking through a mall, right? You'd be walking through a mall and you'd have there'd be every 25 feet, there'd be one of those great big ashtrays full of sand. You know what I'm talking about? Restaurants. And here's the thing, right? Like, in the summertime, we like to sit on the patio. Well, as long as there's no roof on that patio, why can't you smoke outside on the patio? But yet you can't in restaurants. They should actually make that in the summertime like a smoking section. If you want to smoke, sit outside in the sun, or sit outside and if you don't want to smoke, then be happy to sit in. But if you're gonna sit outside, know there's people smoking out there, and it's like, holy shit! But they don't allow it here. Like even on patios. There's a restaurant just in town here that we really, really like, and it's got a nice patio out there. And, there's no reason, there's no roof on it. There's nothing. And there's no reason whatsoever why you cannot sit there and have a cigarette. Except it's the law, and me, the old wheel burner, I obey the law at all times. So what I do is I will be sitting on the patio, and then I'll get up from the table, walk around the table, go out onto the sidewalk, just on the other side of the railing, like I'm like 2 feet away from the table I was sitting at, and I'll smoke there. And they can't say shit. I get some dirty looks, but fuck you and your dirty look, right? The most effective CBD product has at least 3% THC in it. Using all of the compounds in the plant is where the real help is. Arthritis, use a cream on the joint. I've heard the creams are good. The liquid is they say the liquid is probably the best way to get it into you, because it just basically goes straight into your system when you're using the liquid. If you do the gummies, it's got to be digested. It takes it may take a little longer, but I've never used any of it. And dog, I'm definitely going to check it out. I'm definitely going to go see what it's all about. Like I said, I don't have to take any piss tests. I don't have to, I'm free to do whatever I want. I don't have to cross a border. If I'm crossing borders now, it's because I'm going on vacation. I use it on my neck and shoulders. They use the Pure Wave and use the Pure Wave massager. Oh wow, we don't have a Pure Wave massager for our back and shoulders, but Victoria went and got this thing, and it's like a goddamn jackhammer. It is fantastic. I almost forget to use it, but it's fantastic. Multiple speeds. It's incredible. It's incredible. Fucking 10 minutes with this thing on your back, right? She'll sit behind me and she'll just do my whole back, right across the back of my shoulders, my neck, down my spine, run right down that area, right where your sciatic runs, right from your lower back, right through your ass cheeks, down into your legs. Oh, best thing in the world. Let me tell you. Liquid is overall, goes into the bloodstream fast. Cream is direct action on the spot. Like I said, maybe I'll give you a call, Johnny, because at some point not this weekend, maybe this weekend, we do have a couple of stores in town, but I want to know what I'm looking for before I go in. And the reason for that is because you walk into one of these places and you don't know anything, they're going to sell you, right? They're going to sell you. And I don't want to be sold on shit. I don't want to be sitting there going, oh yeah, really? Because I don't know anything about it. So I'd like to get myself educated first and then go in so I know what I'm looking for. So when this guy's going, where they make extra money if they sell, more of this product, and I don't necessarily want that product. So that's what I think I'm going to do. It's just a matter of taking the time and making the effort to go and do it, to do the research. You're a big, huge anti-drug person. Now you're using cannabis. But you know what? Cannabis is not, pot is not what it was. The taboo on pot is gone, dog. Like, pot to me is no different than, sitting there drinking a beer or having a good glass of whiskey or a glass of brandy or whatever. Pot to me is in the same category as alcohol. It's not the gateway drug like they told us in the 80s that, it's the gateway drug to cocaine and heroin. Bullshit. That's a load of shit. I know that from personal. But no, pot to me is just the same. Like, my kids smoke it. My friends, we've got friends and we go to their place and they smoke it, and it's no different than, we've got a girlfriend that she doesn't even drink. right? She doesn't even drink alcohol. She'll just sit there and puff on her little pipe, take a couple little hits now and then, and she's all good. And that's the thing. It's in that same category. You know, if you were sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, well, you know, cocaine and no, that's a different story." You know, coke, meth, heroin, that kind of shit. Those are not good for you. There's no benefit to doing any of those unless you plan to drive from New York City to Los Angeles in 12 hours, right? Your ma's now using it. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, my mom's almost 80 and she's been known to take a hit once in a while. Pot's a great thing. It really has. In the last 10 years, man, they've opened up a lot of people's eyes to the benefits of smoking weed. I don't, right? I don't. And it's a personal choice, but I have no problem with, you know, dog, if you were sitting here right here in the car with me and you were sitting beside me and you pulled one out and you blazed it up, I got no problem with that, right? Absolutely no problem whatsoever with that. Go ahead. You know, if you're sitting around my house and we're sitting out back on the patio and, you know, everybody's having a few drinks and somebody sparks one up, knock yourself out. I got no issues with that whatsoever. You know, start rolling up your sleeve and start tying the rubber band around your arm and then pull out a bag of, pull out a little thing of needles. I might have something to say about that, but yeah. SFH, good to see you, man. How the hell are you? Long time. I'm thinking we're going to crank these back up again. Let's get this cranked back up again. Let's get this algorithm out there again. Channel's flat, so it's good to see you. SFH, did you get the notification? I think you're subscribed because you were here all the time before. So did you get a notification that we were live, or did you just stumble across us? I say us. It's just me. Worse than multiple system atrophy, and my ma seeing the direct helps as she learned. Well, I've noticed the difference in one of my daughters for sure. The benefits of using weed, whereas she had a couple of issues where she was needing to take medication. And it turns out that, you know what, she could use cannabis, and it did everything that those medications were doing without the side effects. I got no issue with that whatsoever. You know, to get my daughter back and get her mind back and to get her a happy girl, and because she was miserable. You know, she suffered several things, and smoking weed took care of all of it. She's not on a single med right now, and she doesn't have to. It's not like she has to smoke weed like, every hour she's out fucking blazing it. No, it's it's used if it's used sort of like in a medicinal purpose. Fantastic, man, fantastic, and it smells good. I love the smell of pot. You know, we go over to a couple of friends of ours' place, and one of them sits there and she puffs on it, and I'm sitting there just sniffing it up. I love the smell of weed. I don't sit close enough that I'm getting a contact high or anything. Don't get me wrong, but damn, it's good. We're gonna do that. That's one of the things that Victoria and I were talking about. We're going to set it up so that we've got the ability to do multiple things with multiple people online at the same time. And that's one. So, because we've got at home right now, already got the monitors, we got 3 monitors. The laptop is coming, the program, the editing program, one of the editing programs that I want to use, is coming. So that kind of thing is on its way. And then it's just a matter of setting it up, right? Just a matter of setting it up. I cook with parts of the whole cannabis plant from root to flower. Italian barbecue, name the dish, I can I can medicate it. She doesn't cook with it. She just, she'll just pop outside. I think for the most part she but she doesn't smoke joint. My kid, nobody I know can smoke a joint these days. Nobody knows how to roll one anymore. They're soft. The pot smokers today are soft. They can't roll their own joints. If they decide to roll a doob, they hand it to dad, and I got to roll their joints for them. But for the most part, I think she just hits a bong. Do that, and I'm in as a guest. I don't know about that. I got to have a standard, dog. There's got to be a standard as to what I can bring on, right? I don't want YouTube to shut me down. Oh, sorry about that. I have to keep stopping to get a mouthful of coffee. Chicken shit. Whatever. That's my answer today to everything. Whatever. When we have a party, I have to separate the dishes. Well, if I ever get down there, eventually I will, but if I ever get down there, yeah, you better let me know which is which. Right? The last thing you want to see, dog, is me stoned. Believe me. I had a little surgery done a couple weeks. We're at a couple weeks now. That's the other reason that I've been off. I had a little surgery done, and before the surgery, when it first happened, they jacked me up full of morphine, and let me tell you, that just sent me over the moon. For 2 days, Victoria just had a babbling, bumbling, slurring, stoned out of my mind idiot on her hands, and it was absolutely fucking horrible. I hated being high. I hated the feeling of it. I hated what it did to me. I hated the way it made me feel. I couldn't think properly. I couldn't, it was the worst. It was the worst. So I got off that as quickly as possible. And then when I had that was when the accident happened. And then when I had the surgery itself, I told them no morphine, like do what you got to do the surgery, but do not give me morphine. So they gave me a watered down, it was more than a Tylenol 3, but less than morphine. So it was in there somewhere. It was like a Percocet. And that was still enough to buzz me out pretty good, but it was just enough. I used just enough of it to get through the first couple of days after the surgery, and then just went down to just extra strength Tylenol. Now I'm just using Tylenol. You can just hack it. Yeah, I know. Donald, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I'm watching a sunrise. We're gonna turn the camera around in a few minutes. It's still below the visor, so if I turn the camera around, I'll just be squinting my eyeballs out trying to see. So as soon as it crests, gets over higher than the top of the visor here, then I'll turn the camera back around. You can look at my ugly face for a while if you want. I've got one thermos of coffee, so when this one's done, we'll probably kill the live. We're at about an hour now. He had a facelift, that's why there's no image. Yeah, I got the whole works done. Facelift, tummy tuck, butt suction. Had the chicken fat arms taken off, the gobble neck taken care of. Yeah, got it all done. Just for you guys. So I could seem presentable online when I showed my face. It's good that you hated it. Oh, John, I hated it. Terribly. It took me back. You know what I mean? Dog, you know where I come from. And it took me back to, it brought back feelings and shit like that. And it was horrible for me. I absolutely fucking hated it. Absolutely hated it more than anything in the world, being that stoned, And then after the surgery, they gave me Trent. I can't pronounce it. Tetrasense is something. It's a very watered down version of morphine, and it didn't get me as high. It didn't get me as stoned, and I could function. I can at least walk like a straight line, and I didn't have to hold on to furniture to move around to go to the bathroom or anything like that. But yeah, it just took me to horrible places, and I absolutely hated it. I hate the feeling. I hate not being. I hate not being in control of my own faculties. I hate that, something happens or somebody says something to me and it's like, huh? What? Tyrannus is back. Trazodone, no, it ended with mean, like morphine, something. It started Trazavine or something like that. Demonetized, good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. What up, brother? Now we got it. I think that sun's burning off a lot of that fog now. You can see the fog level is much lower than the sun. We're doing all right. I paid a young man down the road $1,000 to look after my property every other week, as I am out 10 weeks at a time. Damn, $1,000 every other week. So you're paying him $2,000 a month to look after your property. Fuck, man, what does he have to do? If all he has to do is sit in a lawn chair out in the middle of the field and look at it, fuck, man, I'll come down and do that for you for $2,000 a month. All I need is a laptop and a Wi-Fi signal. What are you paying some young man to do it? You pay some old fuck like me, I'll be happy to sit out there and watch your property for... What happened? I missed something and can't understand the discussion. It's not a bad gig. Well, you said, $1,000 a week. Hold on. Oh, okay. I get it. So $100 a day. Okay. He never showed up. Now it's waist high and I'm heading home. See, you wouldn't have that problem if you had me there. I'd take care of that for you. You got a riding mower? You got a riding mower and a gas powered whippersnipper, dude. I'll take care of it for you. What happened? I missed something. I can't understand the discussion. No, we were just talking about the benefits and not the benefits of, I had a little surgery done and I ended up having to, they ended up, I was going to say they injected me, but they didn't. They put it in the IV, but they cranked me full of morphine, and it just sent me to the moon. Fuck that! It sent me to Mars. I was so goddamn stoned, and so absolutely wasted. It was so horrible. It was so bad, and it's probably funny as hell to hear that. I have cows and horses that take care of it. Well, that's a good... Yeah, there you go, Tyrannus. Get yourself a couple of cows and a couple of horses. Goats. Hey, dog, get some goats. You get a couple of cows and some goats, you'll have a golf course on your property. He floated me the balance the first time, so I prepaid this time. Yeah, no, he bought his own equipment. He brought his own equipment. Oh, well, I'm not doing that. For $100 a day. Well, $100 a day American to me is like 145 or 100. No, it's almost $150 Canadian. Get some sheep. There you go. Sheep. Get yourself a little bit of everything. Get some goats, some sheep, get a couple of cows. Then you get hungry. You got something to eat at the end of the season when you don't need them to take care of the grass anymore. You get yourself up some nice curried goat. There you go. And get yourself up all a little, you take care of the cows. Next season, buy a couple more. Jesus, that's what I'd be doing. Oh, gee, I'm a cracker, cracker cowboy. You'll need a good shepherd dog. Well, I don't know how much property Tyrannus has. If he's got, 100 acres, yeah, you'll need a good shepherd dog, or you'll need at least a dog, a livestock guardian dog, or something like that, like what John's saying. But if you just got like 10 acres, hell, man, let them loose. Is it fenced, or is it open field? I don't know. I'd come hang out either way. I'm not bringing my own equipment. You're going to have to supply me with a riding mower. I run curds on my ranch. Yeah, but Johnny, dog, you've got a decent sized ranch. Like, you don't have, a 10-acre ranch, a 10-acre ranch. You've got an actual, when you think of a ranch, you've got a ranch. You have to get on a horse and go out to the next field, which you require a horse to do, because it would take you all day to walk. Although I'd like to see you walk. Hey, how'd your gator hunting go? Did you fill all your tags? I know you were saying you had a couple of buddies down that were looking for, one wanted boots and one wanted something else, and you were able to fulfill that. So just kind of curious, did you fill all your tags and take care of business with the gators? We do not, obviously we do not have that issue up here in Canada. I figured if he mowed 5 acres every other week, $200 a pop for 5 mows was a fair deal. Kid didn't even cut it once. Damn. I'd be having a little talk. How hard can it be? It can't be that hard. It can't be that hard to find somebody to do that. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. But the state of the fucking the employed and unemployed. There's people right now that are unemployed that would rather sit on their couch and do nothing than go out and work for a few hours a day and make $150 or $100. If you're not working and you've got nothing else going on and you're sitting on your couch griping and moaning that you got no money, but you're not willing to take a job to work for, say, Tyrannus and go mow a field and make a couple $100, that's the state of the fucking the workforce these days. It's disappointing, man. When we were kids, every summer we were mowing lawns, gardening, and anything we could do to make a buck, right? Because my parents didn't give us fuck all. They didn't give us jack. What were they going to give you? We didn't get an allowance. We didn't really get a whole lot. So when we got into our early teens, you'd be out there mowing grass all summer. And in the wintertime, man, you were going door to door with a shovel, and you were shoveling driveways. And that's what we made our money on. That's how we made money. We worked. At least me and my brother did. We had no qualms doing it. We'd get in on a good snow day, on a really, really good snow day, like when if say you get snowed in from school and you're not going to school, we'd make a frickin' killing at $5 a driveway. There had to be 75 houses just on our street alone. La Historia by E.P. Carrillo, good cigar tonight. E.P. Carrillo Alliance wingman last evening with a Bloody Mary. Damn. I don't have a cigar with me. I've still got cigarettes here, but mouth is watering. The smallest that we took the boat ride was 10'3". Dude, I want to do it. I really do. I really want to do it, but a 10'3" alligator? Jesus Christ. I weigh 220 pounds, and that's just about what that thing can eat in a day. If I'm not making a C note a day into my account, I am pissed at myself. Yeah, well, with your expenses, I guess you would be. Dodalina, how the hell are you? I was watching you the other day, and I was trying to chat, and my comments wouldn't go through. I don't know. Are you angry with me? Are you upset with me? I piss off a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, Dodie. And if I've pissed you off or I've stepped on your toes or something. But yeah, I was trying to make comments in your live and the comments wouldn't go in. The biggest was 13.8. Wildlife Cops came out for that one. He weighed over 1,200 pounds. No, well, I would like to be an observer for that one. I'm not getting involved with a gator that's 13.8. A 1,200 pound gator. How do you even get that in the boat, dog? Like, what did it take? 4 years to pull that into the boat? A 1,200 pound gator? Because I'm sure you're not out there in a canoe. You know? What the hell are you doing with a 1,200 pound gator? Or how do you get, and I know what you're doing with it, but how the hell are you getting it in the boat? A wench on the side. I guess it would be hunting dinosaurs. Exactly, Don. That's exactly what that is. A 13.8 gator. That's a dinosaur. That's not a fucking gator. And why would the wildlife cops come out for that one? Why would they need to come out and check that out? Is there something about size and weight? Is there a limit? I'm not mad at you, sweetheart. You're too spongy with love. Dodie, I don't know if I'd go spongy with love, but maybe a little spongy. I've been doing a lot of sitting around, right? I've been doing a lot of sitting around. I have not been as physically active as I usually am, so I think some of the muscle mass may have reverted back to chubby. Let's call it chubbiness. So I've got a nice little spare tire going, right? Now, luckily for me, Victoria likes that, right? She likes the dad bod. She has no interest in the guy that's walking around ripped with the six pack. At least that's what she tells me. Right? So I'm fortunate in that fact. So she's all good that, but the thing is my weight hasn't changed, right? I'm still the same weight, but I guess the masses have changed places from one location to the body to the other. But the weight hasn't moved. Sorry, I couldn't help you with that. Well, obviously you couldn't because you weren't seeing my comments. They weren't even going up. Like it wouldn't even go up. So I will try again the next time you're live. Right? The next time you're live, I'll keep trying. A 1,200 gator is like a 60. What is that? 60-inch bull moose? I don't know. A 1,200 pound gator. I don't know the last time you saw a northern Canadian bull moose. They turn in substantially more than 1,200 pounds, and they could if a full grown bull moose tangled with a 1,200 pound gator, the gator's going to lose that deal in a frickin' minute. That's rare, exactly. Robert, good to see you, man. What's up? Just sitting here watching the sunrise. Having a coffee, having a smoke, just watching the sunrise, man. I got away from it and I miss it so much. Some of it had to do with weather. Some of it had to do with I just wasn't available. time-wise, but today seemed to be a really good day. We had some fog. As you can still see, there's still some fog rolling across, but the sun's above the fog line now. So, man, yeah, I'm the same weight, just a little softer. Exactly. I call it, I'm not fat. I've just gotten a little pudgy, you know? What is it that Iglesias says? Gabriel, fluffy. I'm fluffy. Just a little fluffy, that's all. It won't take a whole lot to get it off, like to get that weight back off again, or to get it moved around. But yeah, I'm a little fluffy. Is it my day off? No, every day right now is my day off. I do a little bit of messing around on the computer in the morning, and then I take care of some business, and then I'm good for the day. I do whatever I want, and just most of it's been doing a little bit of recovery from some surgery that I've had. I've had to take it easy, but now I'm good. Eat a Snickers and you'll be tasty for the Gators. No, thank you. I'm all good. I want to go down to guard dog's place when they do the gator hunting. I want to observe it. I would like to be in the boat and check it out and see what's going on. But I'm not messing. I've never done anything like that before. Like I think I said one time before, it's one of those things that's on my list of things I want to do. But I'm not messing around with a 1,200-pound gator, right? Like, I'm a total rookie. So you don't. It's like sending a rookie hunter out in deer season and tell him to go bag the big buck. It's not going to happen. Was wondering when we see you. I'll check that pic in a minute, dog. Was wondering when to see you again, bud, but hope it's a great one for you. You know what? We're having a really good morning, man. Really good morning. I'm up and around. I'm feeling good. Physically, I'm really good. Like I said, I'm just a little fluffy because of all the sitting around I've been doing. And my girl feeds me well. So, yeah. I have a recipe for bear sausage I'm wanting to try out. I won't eat bear. I've never had it, and I will not ever fucking eat it. I've seen too many videos of those bears, and they're running around, and they got those, they got the worms, and they're hanging out the bear's ass, and it's like, no, I'm not. You can get that in just about any meat, any wild meat, but bears seem to suffer from it the worst. It's a parasite that they ingest with a lot of the salmon, a lot of the fish that they eat. No, SFH, retired from trucking, or at least retired from driving. Still got my hand dabbling in the business part of it, but not. I'm not driving. If you see me in a truck, driving a truck, it will be only because I'm helping somebody move. Do you keep the gator meat? I would imagine he probably does. He probably does. Gator jerky, I would try that. Right now, I'm hooked. I am hooked on bison. Absolutely hooked on bison. And so is Victoria. Like, we're making bison, like tacos, lasagna, spaghetti sauce, burger, like anything that you can do with ground beef. We've not had ground beef in months. Everything we are doing now is bison. The only thing we haven't done is bison jerky, and that's only because I don't have anywhere up here to make it, or I don't have the ability to make it myself. But I am just absolutely hooked on it. Bison. We tried elk. Tried it a couple of times. What did we make with the elk? I think we made a meatloaf with the elk. Didn't like it. Did not like it. I don't know what it was. It was just a flavor thing, I think. It wasn't necessarily a texture. Now, as well as I had never cooked elk before, so there may have been a way that maybe I was doing something wrong, or like it was okay to eat. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't poisoning us or anything, but the elk it just wasn't to my taste. Bison, on the other hand, oh my God. My God, I could take ground up bison and just, fry it up and season it, and just eat it plain. It's really, really good. Yeah, all the gator is used. Yeah, I don't imagine dog throws out much of it. I get worms and redfish, and I still eat them. You're gross. You're disgusting. You can jerk meat in the oven at low temperatures, Burner. Well, you know what? I've never tried it. I don't know. I might. I didn't. I always thought to make really good jerky, you need a good quality, smoker or something like that to do it. Anybody else that does their own smoking and makes their own jerky, I'm happy to eat theirs. Look who's back. How have you been? Well, dude, I'm up and around, feeling good. Had a little surgery a couple weeks ago, and all is going well. Feeling good. So, bison has more fat. It does. Well, but it doesn't have as much fat as, say, ground beef. Even lean ground beef, if you cook up your bison, and say you cook up the same quantity of ground beef, you're still draining your ground beef. If you don't, you don't have to do that with bison. Some wild game. There is a trick to getting the gamey taste out. Well, maybe elk is one of those that I just don't know about. I use a dehydrator or a smoker when I make. That's what we used to have years ago. Used to have a dehydrator. I never thought to do it. I never thought to do it. Like I said, I've got enough friends of mine that do it, so I've never had to, sit there and go, oh wow, where am I going to get jerky from? I've usually had no problem. My biggest problem, my biggest problem is that I had no teeth for so long that I wasn't able to eat it. I challenge anybody to try to eat really good jerky of any sort with no teeth. The gamey flavor is good. Why get rid of it? Well, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Well, with the elk, with the bison, love it. Absolutely love it. Like I said, we bison everything now. There's no ground beef. I don't think we got any ground beef in our house. Our freezer is packed with bison. Did you sell your truck yet? Not yet. No. It's still sitting here. Got to drive, later chat. That truck may actually be going back to work. Not with me in it, but that truck might be actually going back to work. I've got it on the market. I've got it on up for sale. But so if somebody wants to buy it and pay me what I want for it, they can have it. If not, then I'm just going to put a driver in it with everything else that's going on and just let it go. What's up, Brian? Hope all is well. Well, doing okay today. Just sitting here watching this damn sunrise. It's taking its sweet ass time. I don't know where you're at. Well, I know where you're at, but I don't know if you guys got the fog that we got this morning. It's so thick out here. We when I dropped Victoria off at work, it was ridiculous, right? It was almost zero visibility. So the sun's up now. It's burning most of it off. I don't mind the gamey taste. I grew up with it, but others, I didn't grow up with it, right? I always grew, I grew up, eating ground beef. It wasn't until I got older that I started eating weirder shit, and I'm still for the most part, I guess I'd say I'm still a meat and potatoes guy. So I like the meats. But it wasn't until I got older that I started experimenting with, with bison, with elk, with moose, with deer. Deer, I don't mind deer meat. I'm good with that as long as it's cut properly and it's prepared properly. I don't mind any of that. It's a good time. But the only one I haven't had much success with is the elk. Oh, I make jerky using brisket. You can eat without teeth. It's so soft. Well, I don't have to worry about it, Robert. I got the teeth, so actually now we can probably... You guys good if I turn the camera around, or do you want to look at this sun some more? Tyrannus, take it easy, man. Thanks for being here. Game meat should be cooked medium rare because it's really lean. Yeah, I guess if you're doing like, say, like a steak cut or a sirloin cut of whatever meat you got, yeah. I like my moose on the barbecue 1.5 inches thick. I don't think I've had that. Well, I've had moose. I have. I've had it grilled. It's been so long, though, I'll be honest with you, I can't remember if I really enjoyed it. Probably did. You put meat in front of me, if it's cooked, I'll eat it. Do you like duck? Duck's delicious. I love duck. I do. Duck breasts, crisped, and if they're cooked properly, I love duck. And I love, it's funny. You see, I don't know if anybody's, how many of you have seen John Wick, right? Where the scene is where the guy's sitting there in the hotel and he's eating duck and he's talking about the duck fat. And it's so good. And he's so right. The juice in the duck fat when you're eating duck is excellent. And the way I've ever prepared it, I've always left the skin on. And then you do it in a very hot skillet pan. Lay the duck breast out and you crisp it, right? And then you will flip it, do the other side. You don't crisp it, you just cook it a little bit and then turn it back onto the skin side and into the oven it goes. Oh, damn. The juice and shit coming out of that, you add a little garlic butter to it. Garlic and butter and whatever. You add a little garlic butter to it. Oh, you eat the duck and drink the juice. It's so good. Absolutely good. Cool and sunny in Toronto. 22 degrees. 22. Well, you're doing better. We're at 6 degrees here. 6 degrees here. A little chilly. Little bit chilly. Did you get a chance to see the kids yet? Hold on, I just dropped my lighter down the side of the seat. Here we go. Reverse sear and bake. Oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I can't remember the last time I had duck though. Now you got me, Robert. Now it's like, I might go pick up a couple today and do them for dinner tonight. Right? Little baked asparagus with a nice little garlic sauce and almonds, and then you bake the asparagus. Oh, damn. I could get right into that. Although I don't like the asparagus, it's pretty good. Donald, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us, brother. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it, man. You do a reverse sear on a good thick ribeye. Some people do. I don't do ribeyes in a pan, like on a skillet. I still prefer to grill them. I really do. I prefer to grill them. I know there's you can do it in the pan, and I've done it in the pan, or on a good quality skillet. I can do it. I just my own personal taste is I prefer to actually. I prefer to do it on the grill. I do. Although lately, I would say the last, I don't know, month and a half, I made a deal with Victoria. Okay, I made a deal with her because she likes a lot of different foods. Like she eats Thai, she eats Indian, she eats, or anything from the Orient. She eats she eats everything, and I don't. But she talked me into a while back. She talked me into, I think it was a Greek. Was it Greek or something like that? Anyway, and I actually enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed the food. So I made her a deal, and the deal is simply this: you keep picking the restaurants, and I'll keep trying the new shit until you miss. Right? Once you miss, um, then I'm gonna go back to eating steak and potatoes. But so far she hasn't missed. So I had Indian food at my brother's place the other night, which was awesome. Loved it till the next morning. I've had Indian food. I've had Thai food. We went to a really high-end Japanese restaurant a couple of weeks back. And that was a new experience. So I'm hitting on all these new foods or these new cuisines. They're not new, but they're new to me, right? So I'm hitting on all these new cuisines, and so far, everything that she's presented to me, I've been able to pick out some stuff. And there's been a couple of times where I didn't know what the hell I was looking at, so she ordered for me. And not bad. Not bad. I'm eating okay. Only used cast iron for the last few years, and food tastes much better. I had it was one of those, Robert, where, your grandmother had it, then your mother had it, and then she passed it on to you. I had one, and I'm ashamed to say that it got misplaced in a move, or it got thrown out, or whatever. I do love cast iron. If you know how to cook on it properly, cast iron is fantastic. Right? Or make sure you've treated it properly and you maintain it properly and you clean it properly. I love cooking on cast iron. Your set's 80 years old. Yeah, that's the way it should be. I'll be going live tonight from the Iowa 80. It might be my fault. I've done some changes to my channel, and because of hackers and scumbags, I'll unsub you, then resubscribe to you. Hey, if that's what works. So the Iowa 80 is an hour, time zone wise, that would be an hour ahead of me. So I get your notifications, Dodie. So I know when you're going live. So I'll see if you go live tonight, I'll see your notification. I'll pop in. I found most of mine and restored them. Bought a few and a few hand-me-downs as well. Yeah. Oh, shit happens. Cast iron Dutch ovens for duck. Oh. Cast iron for doing the crisp duck? Yes. Absolutely. Love it. Also, switch back to gas range. An electric oven ruins food. I love gas. I don't have a gas burners. I don't have gas in the house I'm living in now. Like I said, it's a rental. My last house up in Lacombe that Dar and I sold, it was gas. And I loved it. Absolutely loved cooking on gas. Well, I gotta go get on a horse. Y'all have a great day. You sure the horse ain't getting on you, dog? Better double check that, eh? Mm-mm. Goddamn son, it's just right here. It's over, but I ran a gas line for my oven when we moved in. The wife made you do it. Well, some places it's easier to do than others. Well, like I said, where I'm at right now, it's a rental. So I don't have that. I don't have that choice. The next house I buy, hopefully it'll be one of those things that I look for, or it has the ability to run the gas line. I've run gas lines before for barbecues, right? I prefer to run a natural gas barbecue rather than have propane tanks. So I've had them come in and tap through the wall and run the line and da 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 da. I've done that. I've never done it for a stove. Any place I've ever had a gas stove, I've always had to. When I moved in, it's already been there. King is a Montana Mustang that I broke 7 years ago, and his back is 6 feet 8 inches high. Yeah, he could ride you. That sounds about right. A Montana Mustang. I'm assuming that's fantastic. You're not talking to a cowboy here. Yes, I got the boots, and yes, I got the hat, but there's no cowboy here. I just like the way it looks, and I like the way it's sports. But yeah, there's no cowboy here. Robert, good to see you. Got to do these reports before I'm off. There you go. Get them done. I'm just about covered here. I think I've had just about enough. I've got about a couple mouthfuls of coffee left. Finish this up, and we'll probably call this a day. I gotta go home and watch Bridgerton. I am so embarrassed to say that. I am absolutely hooked on this stupid series. Oh, it's so embarrassing. And I hate English accents. Really, I do. And yet here I am watching a frickin' series called Bridgerton, and it's set back in the 1830s, I think, in England, and the royals and all. Oh my God, it is so gay. You're looking awesome, Bri. Love you, buddy. Love you too, Dodie. You're looking very well yourself. Too bad I can't comment. Canada lost 104,000 jobs in the last 60 days. Bassmatic, well, first of all, Bassmatic, good to see you, brother. Thanks for popping in here. I don't doubt that. I'm absolutely embarrassed and ashamed of this Liberal government, and they didn't do anything. They have not done anything. They've done nothing that they promised. They've put us farther in debt, and they've killed our economy. Our trade war with the U.S. is a dismal failure. I don't know what to tell you. It's official numbers, not social media charts. Yeah, it's I don't know. I live in Alberta, so I'm in a conservative province. It's not a liberal province. It's very conservative out here, and that's the way I prefer it. It's just the way I prefer it. There are some cons to being a conservative. Obviously, they're looking at trying to privatize our healthcare out here in Alberta, and they're trying to make some other changes that aren't popular. And they've made some comments about certain other social issues, or not social issues, but medical issues and stuff like that. But in a whole, if you're a liberal and you go, oh, there's 25 things on the agenda. With the liberals, there's 20 things that I can't stand and 5 things that I can, that I will agree with. On a conservative, you've got 25 things on the agenda. There's 20 things that I do agree with and only 5 that I don't. So it's one of those goddamn things. It's like you pick the lesser of the two evils, right? Privatizing healthcare would save hundreds of billions of dollars. It would, but unfortunately, with the economy, nobody's making enough money to pay for it. Right? With the economy right now in Canada, if let's just say all across Canada, they went they ran like the US does, and they privatized healthcare, and you had to pay for everything. You had to pay for your own, your own benefits. You had to pay for your own healthcare. You had to pay for whatever. There's people aren't making enough money to support that. You cannot afford a hospital bill. The greater part of Canada can't afford a hospital bill. an example I gave, and I was talking when I was talking to a friend of mine in the U.S., and his wife had just had a baby, and I said, well, how much do they what does that cost? Like, what is having a baby? Because obviously they're going to stick you with a bill. How much does that cost? And it was upwards of anywhere from 18 to 20 something $1,000. Now, yeah, certain benefits covered certain parts of that, but you're still walking out of the hospital with a substantial bill. If I knocked up my girlfriend today and she had a baby, she'd walk into the hospital, have the baby, and that would be it. We'd walk out and go home, and you'd never see a bill, unless you of course you ask for something specific. Private rooms, like most benefits up here, they cover a semi-private room. So if you want a private room, you'll pay above and beyond that. If there's anything else that's not standard with having a baby, you might have to pay out of pocket for that. But other than that, realistically, let's just say a $20,000 bill in the U.S., somebody gets a $20,000 bill in the U.S. for having a baby. How many people can really afford that? Right? I've paid over $1 million in tax in the last 20 years for 2 doctor's visits. Basmatic, hey, I hear you, man. Right? I hear you. Like, I'm in the same boat, right? For the amount of money that I have paid in taxes, to use your number, say over the last 20 years, if I got a refund on that money right now for the money that I haven't used, like that's gone to healthcare and whatnot, the money that I never used, I'd be a millionaire. Easily be a millionaire. Probably same as you. You'd be a millionaire. They're not in the business of giving the money back. Funny though, when you owe the government money, they got no problem taking it. They'll chase you and they'll get it. They'll get it. But when they owe you money, you got to run them down and beg and plead for your own money back. Funny how that works, eh? It's like a lot of other things as well. Sometimes employers, I've worked for a company before where, if something happened, if I had a shop bill or something, they had no problem taking that shop bill off my statement. But if they fucked up my pay statement and they owed me a couple of $1,000s, next I'm chasing them for fucking 2 weeks, or well maybe we'll put it on your next statement or something like that. I hate that. The government is just as guilty of that as anybody else in the world right now. But getting back onto it, yeah, you paid over $1 million in tax in 20 years for 2 doctor's visits. You know what? I'm in the same boat. I really am. There's no way I've got my dollar value worth of tax money for medical care. Right? And even when I've had to have medical care in the U.S., I've always had benefits to pay for it. I always carried, like when I was driving, I always carried out of country insurance. Right? It would run me about $275 a month, but it covered me for the U.S. and good thing it did, because I had to have emergency eye surgery done in Ohio. When the first eye went, I was in Ohio, I was trucking, and I was raced over to the hospital, to the medical center in Ohio. What was it? The Columbus Medical Center. And yeah, when I was done, they handed me a bill, and it was like, pardon me, what? Like it's panic for somebody like me. They hand you, they didn't hand me a bill, they billed me. So by the time I made it home, the bill was already there waiting for me. And it was like, now luckily for me, again, I just submitted everything into the benefits that the company that I carried the out of country benefits with, and it got covered. The only thing that wasn't covered was the ambulance ride. I had to cover that out of my pocket, which I don't know, I think it was like $300 and something fucking dollars for a 12-minute ambulance ride. Whatever, right? It's not like I could drive the truck, right? So I had to go. It's not like they're going to send you over there in a cab. So, it is what it is. But I don't know if you guys are aware of how much eye surgery is. because it's a specialized surgery, right? Like the surgeons are special surgeons, the da 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 da, and eye surgery is not cheap. The first eye surgery I had, it was I think a 2 hour. It was about a 2 hour procedure, and it was insane. The bill was insane. 48 something thousand bucks, U.S. U.S. So that would have been like $75,000 Canadian. It's like, holy shit. No wonder these doctors only work till noon and then they're on the golf course by 1. I'd be too if I was doing that. I honestly don't know how Americans do it. I really don't know. Like if you're an American, if you're a U.S. citizen and somebody handed you a $48,000 hospital bill, could you, or say even like in my case, it would have come out to say 75,000. Are you in a position to stroke a check for 75,000 bucks? Now, I think in the U.S. there are certain things that do get covered. Like I don't know how it works exactly. There's Medicaid and fucking whatever, Obamacare or whatever you guys got. Some of that might get covered. But Jesus Christ, could you imagine getting a $75,000 bill? That's insane. When my grandfather passed away, and this is like 30 years ago, he passed away down in Florida. He had a massive heart attack while playing golf. And he dropped dead right on the golf course. He was dead before he hit the ground. Massive fucking heart attack and died. And with all of the ambulance, the hospital, the medical, all the shit that went on, and by the time my grandmother got the body back to Canada, the bill was over $100,000. Over $100,000. I mean, that's insane. That's insane. Now, luckily, my grandmother was in a position, she had insurance, so a lot of that was covered, and what wasn't covered, she was in a position to stroke a check for whatever, right? For whatever the bill was. She could afford it. Jamie Gayton, good to see you, man. Damn good to see you, man. My doctor referred me to a specialist on my last visit. Still no appointment 2 years later, whatever. Well, you know what? That sucks. That does suck. I know that for the surgery that I had, it happened, and like the incident happened, and I was taken to the hospital, assessed at the hospital, and then within, I think, a week, I was at an appointment with the specialist and the surgeon. And then 3 weeks later, I had the surgery. And then I had the surgery 12 days ago. So my wait wasn't that bad, right? From the time that I actually, the incident occurred until the time that I actually had the surgery was probably about a month, a little bit more than a month. So mine wasn't too bad. Paid my own dental bill. It's actually cheap, $2,800 for my whole mouth. Well, the teeth here, the benefits didn't cover any of that. Right, for a full set of top of the line dentures, I had to go in, and you can make payments. A lot of these places will let you make payments, but I didn't. I just paid for it. But still, no benefits covered that. That's it's medical. It's medical primarily. The only way that the government or say OHIP or anything like that will pay for any kind of dental work is if it was an accident, right? And something happened, and you went through the windshield of your car in an accident, and your face got mangled, and your teeth and all. Then it would all be covered. But in my case, that wasn't the case. As you can see, I am beautiful and did not go flying through a windshield. So I was on the hook for that bill. I had to pay that one. And it was money well spent. I don't begrudge having to pay for that, right? I would begrudge having to go into a hospital and like break an arm or something and get a $10,000 bill for that. That I would begrudge. I'd be pretty pissed off if that was the case. But a set of chompers, hey, pay for it. They don't cover eye care either. Like I have benefits now that if I go to the eye doctor or something, a good portion of that is covered. But if I was to require anything with the eyes and I had to go back and have some more surgery done on the eyes, that would be covered. But like if I need one, like for glasses, for eye care, anything like that, no, I'm on the hook for that. It's like $500 to get a bone set and cast in the States. I didn't know how much that was. I don't know. I just pulled a number out of my ass and said 10 grand. I don't know. You should be good on my end. Hope. I unsubbed, counted to 10, held my breath, pointed myself due north, licked my heels, and then scratched my head and butt. You should be fine now. Okay, well, you know what? We will see. We'll see you tonight, Dodie. I'll be there. I will be there with bells on. Crag Rat Man. Damn it, boy. No, but I ran through a forest and hit every ugly tree. Well, I fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. It's getting a little unkept right now. I got to go see my guy this upcoming Thursday. This upcoming Thursday, I gotta go see my guy, and he'll pretty me all up again and get me all trimmed and and take care of the squirrel eyelashes and the eyebrows. And do not, guys, if you are going to get your face professionally like manicured and trimmed and your beard cut and all of that done, do not let them do the wax in the ears, right? To get all the hair out. Do not do that. Absolutely do not do that. I will never do that again. I let them do it last time. And Jesus Christ, man. I would rather stand in the middle of my living room and let any one of you come up and give me a kick in the nuts rather than do that again. I will not do that ever again. Hurt like hell. Simple fractures, arm or wrist requiring a cast may cost around $589 to $838, with x-rays averaging to 10 up to 1,000. Cast application around $225. You see out here, right here, I don't pay for any of that. They take me in, set the arm, put the cast on it, sign their name on the cast, and out the door you go. David, hey, good to see you, Dave. Still on the Iron Brew. Yes, I am. I have 2 bottles sitting at home awaiting my arrival. I can't wait to get into it. My beard is gone wild. Got no one to impress now. I heard. Sorry, brother. I heard. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why my ass is on fire. Get the fucking seat heat on. Jesus. That sucks, Craig Rat. Really sorry to hear that, man. I thought that was gonna go. I really did. I thought that was gonna go. I thought you had found the catch, reeled it in, and fried and skillet it. But that sucks. Still saving thousands by paying for your own cast. Yeah. I guess, I'm not saying that the private healthcare is all bad. Yeah, I guess in some terms, depending on what the procedure is. But, okay, so if you can get in and out of the hospital with a bill for let's just say $600 for a broken arm, I wouldn't begrudge that. That would be okay. But if they're going to hand me a bill for $75,000 for my eyes, I'd rather let the government pick that tab up. Oh, you pay for it. I get it. Our taxes are very, very, very high, right? In Canada, we pay ridiculous amounts of money in taxes. Our taxes are absolutely stupid here. I think next to Great Britain, right? I think next to Great Britain, I think we're the next most highly taxed country in the world. Or there might be another one in Europe somewhere. But yeah, our taxes are ridiculous. So you're correct, Basmatic. You are absolutely correct. We do pay for it because we are taxed through the nose. But I would rather pay for it through my taxes than be presented with a bill and have to take it out of my savings account. you know? Is old Robert in the chat? No, I have not seen Tyke yet. Tyke has not made his presence aware. Mind you, Cragrat, my notifications are not going out. My channel's flat, right? There's really not a whole lot going on with the channel. The algorithm is flat. So, it's going to take me probably better part of a week to get back into the algorithm and get things going again when notifications will start going out and more and more people will see. We pay taxes to pay for other people's health care. Well, it's supposed to be, the whole idea behind it is it's supposed to be a pool, a generated pool, where all the money goes in, and then everybody, regardless of what you need, you get you get free health care. That's not necessarily how it works, especially in Ontario. I'll just stay unemployed with my stellar free health care, swing trading my $1 million TFSA tax-free unit until Canada wakes up. Sorry, it's the truth. Basmatic, no fault there at all, man. No apology necessary. Dude, do what you got to do. If you want to send them a message, go write it. Immigrants get better health care than us. That's similar. Not. It's not uncommon in Canada, especially at election time. Right, at election time when the government or the party needs more votes, so they buy them, and they open the floodgates, and immigration just goes on. Immigration policies just go sit on the shelf, and everybody's expedited into the country, and they're given free health care, free fucking housing, free everything. But in a whole, a lot of those cases are here as well. They get better health care than we do. What I don't agree with, if the system worked properly, I'd have no problem with the way it is, that everybody puts the money in the pool and everybody gets their health care. But I think there should be a time limit, right? You should have to be in Canada for X amount of years, be employed, and pay a certain amount of taxes before you're able to dip into that pool and use that money. Unfortunately, that's not the case, right? You can come to Canada, and as soon as you step foot on the soil of Canada, within 2 weeks, you could fall down and break your arm, and you're going to go get free health care. I don't agree with that, because you haven't contributed to the pool. You haven't contributed to the system. That I strongly disagree with, and I have a problem with. And that puts a drain on all of us, because you know how many people there are, not just immigrants, but say immigrants and people that aren't working. And I don't mean people that are, disabled or whatnot, but I'm talking just healthy, run-of-the-mill people like me or you or whatever like that. And we're working, and we're putting our taxes in, and everybody's putting in, but there's people that are not working, that could be working, that are sitting on the system, either unemployment or welfare or social assistance or whatever, and they're a drain on that system, and we're paying for it, and there's no replacing that, right? A lot of these programs are broke. They're running on fucking nothing. So it really does suck in certain cases. Immigration is a big part of it. There's so many immigrants that get brought into the country, and I hate the rule, and I don't think they changed it, but I hate the rule that if somebody from, say, India, Pakistan, whatever, somebody from another country comes into Canada and she's pregnant, and while she's here she drops the baby, that bill's taken care of. That bill's taken care of. They don't get a bill for that. Well, that's not cheap, right? Our taxes paid for that. We're never going to get that back. That woman or that guy is not going to work enough years to put that money back into the system to replace what they just took out. And that's what hurts, because there's not enough Canadians paying taxes to support that. There's only 47 million or 45 million people in Canada. 47, I think. Right? You think that's a lot of people, but it's not. When you think about out of that 47 million people, how many of them are of age that are working and paying taxes? Probably what? Maybe 60%? 60%. So 60% of 45,000 people, right, is what? 32 or 33,000, 33 million people. So 33 million people with their tax revenue is supporting a population of people that, you know, that are draining on it. And that really does suck. That does suck. Clayton, good to see you. Brazil, welcome in, man. Basic S&P EFT has pumped 22% in the last 7 days. I hope you're making good money on that. There's a lot wrong, and we can sit here all day. Really, we could sit here all day. I could make this a fucking 10-hour live, and we could sit here and gripe and talk about everything that's wrong with Canada and the US and our health systems and our infrastructure systems and our employment systems and our governments, and we could go for 10 hours straight, talk 10 hours straight and not miss a beat. But there's a lot of good things about, you know, as a Canadian, there are a lot of good things, right, that I do enjoy. And I'm sure as an American, there's a lot of good things about being an American that you guys enjoy. That, you know, you think about it, there's worse places to live. You know, I can bitch and gripe about living in Canada, and I can bitch and gripe about my government, and I can bitch and gripe about immigration. But yeah, I can also sit here and look around the world right now and go, well, I could be living over there. No thanks. I'm quite content sitting right here. Really, I am. Howdy from North Carolina, Mr. B. Damn good to see you, man. How the hell are you? How the hell are you? I have been off. I've been sitting on the shelf for the last, I would say probably about the last month. I've been sitting on the shelf, medically wise and whatnot. So I'm just sitting out here doing a little live this morning. We watched the sun come up. Not a whole lot going on today. Took care of what I had to take care of this morning, and thought I'd come out and share a little time. There's not a whole lot out here right now. I am old and I feel it. My friend, I hear you. I do. I absolutely hear you. Feeling old. I had, over the last couple of weeks, I mean, like, I've never felt as old as I did. Sitting on a shelf gathering dust, eh, right? That's exactly, you know what, Crag Rat? That's exactly what I've been feeling. You know, I've been feeling exactly that. Tired, achy, painy, I don't know, you know, aches, pains, gripes. You know, when you're not active, when you're not physically active, when you're, you know, when I'm not, you know, I'm not driving a truck anymore. So I'm retired like that. So when you're not doing that every day, you're not up, you're not down, you're not moving, you're not doing anything like that. All of a sudden, everything stops. You know, the joints aren't as greased up as they used to be. And, you know, arthritis starts stiffening up again, and joints start stiffening up again. And hold on, look at this. Look at this old girl. Look at this. Oh, this is a, oh. Can you see that? That's a great big old bull mastiff. That is a beautiful dog. That is a gorgeous dog. Wow. Good old boy's just out taking his doggy for a walk. He's running him out to the field there. Stephanie, good to see you. I had another heart attack last weekend and ended up in the hospital overnight. Jesus, what is Oh, sorry, I just turned the seat heat off, but man, it's still hot. What is going on with you, man? Stephanie, good to see you, Stephanie. No chicken hawk at the moment. Again, like I said, though, I'm surprised anybody's getting any kind of notifications. I'd be surprised. Like, there's 12 of yous in here. Usually we hold an easy 35 to 50 people. So I know that the notifications are not going. Either that or nobody just wants to look at me anymore. And that could well be the case. Who knows? Crag Rat, yeah, I hope you're okay, brother. Been a rough couple of weeks for you. We're actually a rough fucking month for you, hasn't it? Dude. My mom had a series of heart attacks after the jab, still recovering. She isn't keen on more. I will not take another jab. It will not happen. I've already had the discussion with Victoria about it. And if for any reason, let's just say for any reason, the Liberal government turns around tomorrow and goes, okay, because they've already got a series of new jabs that are coming out or are coming out. And if they, for any reason, mandate it, like they did last time, going, okay, either you get the shot or you can't go to work, you can't do this, you can't. If by chance they do that, I do have a backup plan. And, I've discussed that with my girl. And, there's an exit strategy for that. I will not take another jab. I took the first one. I took the first one on December 4th of like, whatever it was, 2022 or 21. And then on December 24th, I was in the hospital. I had blood clots in my lungs and my legs, and then whatnot like that. So that put me down, one way or the other. There have been some medical issues that I've had that I've never dreamed of that have only shown their face since I had that jab, and I will not do it again. So there will be no more jabbing for this guy. Absolutely not. What is your advice for a 30-year-old who doesn't want to get $1 million taken away from me by the U.S. government? Well, if you have $1 million, I don't know. How do you have it? Do you have it in bonds, savings? Do you have it in RSP? Well, how do you have it? In the U.S. or even in Canada, if you handed me $1 million right now, if you handed me $1 million cash, a briefcase full of it, I would walk into my investment office, and I would very simply put that money to work. It would be invested. I wouldn't pay a goddamn dollar on it. Now, in the U.S., let's just say if you win the lottery, right? Say you win $1 million, the government takes their portion right off the top. In Canada, they don't. If you win $1 million, they give you the $1 million, and you don't pay tax until you put it in the bank and it starts earning interest, which then becomes income, right? So they only charge you on the income. So the smart thing to do, whether it's a lottery winning or somebody died and willed it to you or whatever, the smart thing to do is you put it in the bank, or you find a good reputable investor, and you invest that money. There's hundreds of loopholes to get around that. Believe me, I pay taxes. I pay my taxes, but I don't pay them one fucking penny more than I absolutely have to. At all. I don't, I pay my fair share. I'm fair about it. But I don't pay them one dime more than I absolutely have to. I messaged Tyke. He may raise his head. Okay. I did not get my notice. I just seen you on... see, that's what I'm saying, right? The channel's flat right now. It's pretty much dead. It's going to take me a week or so to get it back up. I'm a pureblood. You know what, Mr. Bees? I'm very jealous. I salute you, sir. And I've told you this before, man. I salute you. I wished that I was in a position to do that. Unfortunately, I wasn't. I held out for as long as I absolutely could. But then with my business, I needed, I had savings, and I was able to, shut the business down and float for a while to see where this was going to go. Hopefully it was going to blow over quickly, and it didn't. And I unfortunately, I had to take that jab in order to go to work, right? Because I was a cross-border driver. Couldn't get across the border, and I couldn't drive my truck, and I couldn't go to work, and I couldn't operate my business unless I had that jab. And I wished that I was in a position to be able to be like you, not take it. I really do. It sucks. It does, because I can tell you right now, some of the things, the eyes, I'm pretty sure had something to do with it. The clots, obviously. I regret it with everything I am. And now it's to the point where it will not happen again. Right? It will not happen again, ever. I will not take another fucking jab. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and even more. But no, it doesn't make you stronger. That's the thing. The jab didn't make me any stronger. If anything, it's made me weaker, right? Medically and physically, it's done things and altered things and changed things, and fucking it's set me back physically. That, no, it didn't make me stronger. It didn't kill me. It tried. It didn't kill me, but it certainly didn't make me fucking stronger. It did make me wiser. What didn't kill me made me a little wiser, but it didn't make me any goddamn stronger. I can guarantee you that. I mean, over the years while I work, with your $1 million, you can still invest it. Just don't take anything off of it, right? For example, take $1 million, invest it, and every time you make an earning off it, or if that money makes money, just roll it back in. And just use a simple example, okay? And this is really stupid and simple, but it's the simplest way to do it. Let's just say you go buy $1 million worth of P&G stock, which is pretty good right now, actually, or Tesla stock, or whatever. You buy $1 million worth of Tesla stock, and then as the stock goes up and down or whatever, let's say you start making money on that. Your stock goes up, you've made money, da-da-da-da-da. Leave it in there. Just keep rolling it, right? It's when you start taking that money out, whatever the dividend, they're called dividends. When you start taking dividends, that's when the government will tax you on it, right? That's income. Don't do it. Let that money sit there and work for you, and just keep regenerating, and more and more and more and more and more. And you just go on about your happy daily life. Work. If you've got the ability to work and you don't need to touch that $1 million, and you can go fucking work and make your 120 or whatever you're making a year, man, go for it. My health problems did start till after having jabs. A lot of us. One uncle had aggressive face cancer after the jab. The other uncle had massive intestinal cancer after his 8th jab. Wish I was making this up. Who would have 8 jabs, dude? Who would have 8 jabs? I watched it, right? So they mandated that you have the first 2. And then they kept coming out with, the next jab is available. And people were swarming in to get it. And now we've got a country that is full of people having medical issues that didn't start until they took the goddamn jab. So anybody that's taken their 8th jab, wow. I can't see it. I can't see taking 8 jabs. I didn't get the jab, but it cost me my career. I won't identify as a pureblood. Seems a bit too tribal for me. Well, if you did not take any jabs, again, Basmatic, my hat is off to you, man. Absolutely I wished. Like I said, I wished. I held out as long as financially able. And now when I think back about it, realistically, I should have just fucking folded shop and walked away. I was in a position then to do it. I should have just folded up, sold the trucks, sold the business, walked away, and skipped off down my merry way to another country, or do what my oldest two kids did. Or I just I wasn't in a position with the family at that time to do something like that. But let me tell you, I wish now, thinking back, that maybe I had. I wasn't talking about the jab, it was the heart attack. Yeah. Worldwide, well, let's face it, right? Let's face it. The jab was an experimental thing. They had a baseline because they used the baseline from the SARS, but then they took a bunch of ingredients, threw it in the blender, mixed it all up, and stuck it in us. You know, any other medicine or vaccine or anything like that would have had to go through 5 years of trials and 5 years of experimental and this and that. This thing went through 5 minutes. It went through 5 minutes. They turned the blender off and started filling the syringes, and went, there you go, let's give it to the people. That's shameful. That's shameful that the government in any country, and they all did it, it's shameful that any government would enforce that on their population. There's no tax on dividend in your TFSA unless it's a USA stock. Okay, you know, some things I know about, some things I don't. Seniors that followed the recommended vaccine schedule have 8+ jabs now. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I know that my mom had her 2 and she's not had another one. My stepdad, I think he had his 2. He's not had another one. I can't speak for my father to how many or what he took. 1, 2, 5, 20. I don't fucking know. I think, well, here's the thing. Basmatic, the seniors of our country, okay, of Canada, the Canadian seniors, and I'm not one of them, but I'm talking my parents' generation, the seniors, the 80, the ones that are, 75, 80, 85, like that. I would say 90% of them are all diehard liberals. So when the liberal government said, oh, yes, it's safe, we're mandating it, you have to take it, they all jumped on board and said, here, fucking fill me up. Fill me up. And part of that shit is 100% Trump's fault. You know what? It's not just Trump or Trumpy Trump. Every government, Mr. B's, every government fucking dropped the ball. Every government dropped the ball. It was bad. She gone. Either way, at the end of the day, I'm not taking another one. No way in hell am I taking another jab. I don't care what they say to me. I don't care what they mandate. I'm in a position now that if they say, well, you can't go to work, you can't go to do your job unless you take this shot. Well, guess what? I don't have to go to work. Fuck you. You can't walk, you can't go to the mall unless you take this shot. I won't go to the mall. I can do anything I want to do online. What are they going to say? UPS won't deliver to my front door unless I take a shot? What are they going to do? Make sure everybody who's had the shot, what are they going to do? Put like a green card in your window so you know that house has had a shot? Fuck off. If it ever comes to that, I'll be long gone before that ever happens. Okay? I'll be sitting in a fucking jungle in Brazil, sitting on a stump, watching the fucking world go by before I'll allow that, before that'll happen. Mr. B's, I can only imagine what the burden on the system was. I'm sure the number is astronomically ridiculous, right? I'm sure the number is absolutely ridiculous as to the trillions of dollars that got spent on doing the shot and all of the medical issues that came afterwards. The government will never tell you. They will never tell you. Nobody will ever tell you what the final number is of all the people that are showed up in the hospital with this issue or that issue or this, blah, 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 blah. And they know it was from the shot. Nobody's ever going to tell you. You'll never hear about it. I would have been homeless, jobless, and broke before I let anyone stick a cotton swab up my nose 8 inches. Again, Nathan, hats off to you, man. All I can say is it won't happen again. It will not happen again. Oh, by the way, my local shop is doing an Iron Brew cream soda. Oh, come on. It'll probably take 20 years to get that. 20 years to get that. Shot, please don't tell me this crap is coming back again. Tough Newfie, I don't think it's coming back yet. If you watch, and here's the thing, if you watch the fucking news, and I don't watch the news because it's bullshit. I don't watch, it's Tough Newfie, I'm going to assume you're Canadian. So if you watch CBC or City TV or CBR or the National or any of the Canadian broadcasting network for news, if you watch any of that, dude, it's probably 40% at best is probably fucking true. So you don't believe it, but you have to go through it and look. There are always strings of some truth strung in there some places. And there is talk. There's always going to be the talk that, if things, therefore they're looking at other countries going, oh, well, there's a real bad outbreak over here in this country. Let's start jabbing our people before it makes its way over here. Sorry, somebody just went by with blasting their jakes. Still hits me in my happy spot. And don't kid yourself, that they will do it. It's over in Lithuania. The population dying over there from fucking a new strain of COVID. We'll start jabbing over here. Oh, please. Oh, please. Why a stump in Brazil when you can get a beachside apartment watching the girls go by? I don't need to watch the girls go by. I'll sit there and watch my own girl prance around sitting on a beach. I don't need to watch the Brazilian girls. I got one, buddy. And I got no problem watching her at all. I had to get tested twice before work. Tested negative both times. Both times they quarantined me 2 weeks, and on one of those occasions, they phoned me and said, I need to isolate another week. Fuck, man, who are you working for? You don't say it. Don't say it, but so 5 weeks they isolated me without testing positive. See, that's insane. That's insane. Bassmatic, I guarantee you've had it. I can guarantee, I know for a fact that I've had it probably at least 3 times. Maybe more. Right? Maybe more. I've had it. Like, come on, man. I didn't die from it. It didn't make me deathly ill. Probably two of the 3 times I had it, I didn't even know I had it. I didn't get tested. I just felt like shit for a fucking couple of days. And I sat there going, yeah, I bet you I've got COVID. And because of the job I was doing, I was fairly isolated anyway. But whatever. Right? Whatever. I can guarantee you, everybody in Canada's probably had fucking COVID at least once or twice. You work for Sask Power, but still, even still, isolate you for 5 weeks? So did you go 5 weeks without a paycheck? Like, that sucks balls. If they're going to mandate that you isolate and they're going to mandate that you fucking quarantine, well, they better goddamn well fucking pay you something. After what's happened recently, I'm tempted to head back to Brazil. I just pulled Brazil out of my ass, like just a country out of my ass. But, You know, if they ever mandate these shots, you know, I would look at Brazil. I would. I can't say honestly that I'd be sitting here if they came along and said you have to have it. It's the law. We're going to mandate it. I'd be more than happy to come out of retirement, get in my truck, and drive it all the way to fucking Ottawa and park it in front of the Parliament buildings again. That's what we did last time. That woke them up. That scared the living fucking shit out of them. So bad to the point, well, you guys know what they did. That was a worldwide event we pulled off there. Scared the government so fucking bad they shit themselves twice an hour for fucking 20 hours. It was ridiculous. A mandate is not a law. It's funny that you say that, Donald. We said that too. It's funny that you say that because we said that too. Well, it's mandated, but doesn't mean that it's a law. But yet, they were freezing our bank accounts, freezing our workforce, not allowing us to do anything like that. Frank, no, you're right. You know what? 5 years later, people are still worried about COVID. Crazy. No, it really is. I am not worried about it. I'm not worried about catching it. I'm not worried about fucking passing it on. I could give a flying fuck about COVID. I really don't give a flying fuck about it. I'm just saying that in the event, for any reason, the liberal Canadian government decided to mandate another jab and make it mandatory that we have to have it in order to live in our own country, I'm out. I'm out. But it's not something that I think about, you know, on a daily, weekly, or even monthly basis. I could care fucking less about it. I could care less about it. And there's people here that are still walking around with masks. Whatever. More power to you. More power to you. I don't care. I'm not. When COVID was apparently running rampant, and we all had to mask up and we couldn't go out I didn't. You go ahead and you ask Darlene and you ask my kids. I refused. You know, I'd walk into Walmart without a mask, and they'd jump on me within fucking 30 feet of making it into the store, and there would be a trail of people following me around. Sir, you have to leave. Sir, you can't do this. Sir, fuck you. Ignore them. I'd go get what I needed, go back to the cash register and pay for my shit, and I'd fucking leave. Fuck you. I never masked up. I could care fucking less. Fuck you. I feel sorry for the seniors that still go grocery store with masks. Well, that's brainwashing. You know, the Basmatic, they've been brainwashed to think that, you know, I'm a senior citizen. If I catch COVID, my body's gonna, you know, I'm gonna die. Chances are not. Your chances are you're not gonna die. Really. That's why we like you. Well, thanks, Frank. I saw something yesterday that the Chief of Canada's police literally said, if people break into your home, the best thing you do is to comply. What the actual fuck? You believe that? And that's true, Frank. It was said. And they're saying it everywhere, right? They're saying it everywhere. So that if somebody breaks into my house, right? And this is what they're actually telling you. They're telling you to leave your wallet and your car keys on a stand and like a small table or something right at your front door. So if they break into your house, they don't have to come in and get anything because they're going after your wallet and your credit cards and all your shit, and they're going after your car. Are you out of your fucking mind? People, are you out of your fucking mind? Give your goddamn head a shake, okay? You break into my house in the middle of the fucking night, I promise you can come in, but you're going out on a stretcher. And they're going to charge me. They're going to charge me. If I kill the guy, I'll be charged with manslaughter or murder. You believe that, right? You believe that in Canada. That is insane. They are actually suggesting that you allow someone to break into your fucking house and take your shit and just leave peacefully. I'm sure the insurance companies are loving that. But yeah, Frank, it was said. And it's not just by the chief, the RCMP chief. It was by a lot of the police agencies around. That is crazy. When Trudeau said the unvaccinated would take up space and asked what we should do with these people, I knew I did the right decision. Absolutely. They don't say that here in Texas. And no, I saw it. I truly wish, okay, that Canada's gun laws were online with the United States. Frank, I really, truly do. If I was allowed to carry and conceal and carry, I would. Absolutely, I would. If I was allowed to have, handguns or any kind of certain types of weapons in my home, I would. But here's something, Frank, that, Americans don't know about Canadians. You guys heard about what our government did to us. They came out and they banned almost everything, right? Short of a bow and arrow. They banned a lot of stuff and said we weren't allowed to have them because they were, they kill people and fuck whatever, Frank. You know the whole goddamn fucking story. Okay? Now, and they came and we all had to turn in our weapons, our rifles and our handguns and all of our shit. We had to hand it all in. So now they're walking around going, well, the Canadians don't have guns. Well, let me tell you something. I'll tell you something, and I can tell you this honestly, and I can tell you this from personal experience. Just because we're not supposed to have them doesn't mean we don't. Okay? Like, there's a lot of weapons in the private hands out here that were unregistered, that we had picked up over the years from this or that, or passed down from a grandfather to whatever. Just because we're not supposed to have them doesn't mean we don't. So in cases like that, somebody breaks into your home, they got what's coming to them. As far as I'm concerned, they got what's coming. Because if you're breaking into my home, you're coming in for a reason. If my wife or my children, whatever, my possessions, what gives you the right to come in and just freely take it and me to allow you to take it so that I don't kill you? If you're coming to take something that's mine that I've worked my entire life for, or you're putting my children or my girlfriend in danger, I'm going to kill you for it. I'm not going to question what you're doing. I'm not going to say, I'm going to stand at the top of the stairs and go, hello, did you find everything? Is everything good? Okay. Yeah, don't take that. I worked so hard for that. Please don't take that. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. Like I said, you may get in the front door, but you're not going out the same way you came in. I promise you. They made it law in Canada that if you honk your truck in protest, they will lock you up and take all your shit. In certain cases, yes. Like, for example, and I got in shit for this, I was running a Canadian flag off one of my fairings, off both my fairings. So I had a Canadian flags actually off the fairings. And I was going down the 401. I was coming from Montreal. I was going to the border in Windsor, Detroit. And an OPP officer pulled me over and asked me why I had Canadian flags flying on my truck. And I said, because I'm a Canadian. He goes, but you're showing them for what reason? Like, he wanted me to say because I'm protesting or because I was in the convoy. That's what he wanted me to say. And in which case, if I would have said that, then he could turn around and fine me and take the flags down. But because all I said was because I'm Canadian and I'm proud, and I wouldn't give him anything, they didn't touch me. He told me, though, be very careful. He pulled the, some officers may not be as liberal or open-minded as I am. Well, fuck off. Go fuck yourself. Why do the new Canadians didn't and don't have to take the jab, but everyone was coerced to take it? I think the new Canadians that came in had to be checked and they had to verify that they were vaccinated in their own country before they got here. Now, it was a sham. Don, it was a sham because 90% of them were unvaccinated and it was proven. We weren't coerced either. Ryan, good to see you, brother. There's another big old boy from Texas. Frank, you and Ryan should get together. Frank, if you need a good car wash, go see Ryan. He owns a couple of them. I think that's why Texans are so friendly. They know everyone is... And you know what? I got no problem with that. Absolutely no problem with that whatsoever, Frank. right? If everybody's got one, so be it, right? It's supposedly, in Canada, it was supposed to work. Everybody's so friendly because nobody has one. Bullshit. Didn't work. I am right on board with you. I am very, very, very open-minded about gun laws. So this is what Maple MAGA looks like. Maple MAGA? I've never heard that. Biff, that's pretty good. I'll give you that one. That is actually pretty good. RBC gives a 50% discount on all services and credit to new people without citizenship. Again, I didn't know that. I don't doubt it. RBC is probably one of the most crooked banks in Canada, financial institutions. But I don't doubt that one single bit. You've seen what's been going on in England with all the flags. No, I have not. It's like they think a good Canadian hides his heritage. You should never tell people that you are proud to be Canadian. They do the same thing in America. Fly the flag at your own risk. One thing I did notice. Now, Frank, I'm not on the road anymore, and I've been off the highway, and I retired from trucking back in February. But whatever. One thing I did notice over the last couple of years is the Americans, unlike the Canadians, you guys fly your American flag on your, every house you go by, there's an American flag, either on a flagpole or, off the real nice banister, not banisters. They got the flagpoles that are, on the front of the garage, and they're flying. And you guys fly your American flag, and sometimes your state flag, depending on what state you're in. You guys do that, and America is known for that. Probably, I would say, a good portion of the population flies an American flag on their property somewhere. That's not so big in Canada, but what I did notice over the last few years, and I never asked anybody about it, but over the last few years, why do I not see it as much? Right? Like I said, I haven't been driving now in 6 or 7 months. So I haven't been down there. I don't know what the state is now, what the condition is now in the U.S. But I noticed over the last couple of years that fewer and fewer people were flying their American flags in the front of their house, like on their property. And I was always wondering, why is that? Like, I'm seeing less and less of it, because it would be all over the place. Didn't matter what state I was in. You guys fly your flags. Cost you, make Canada great. Phone overheated. Phone overheated. I don't know if we're still live. We live still? If not, we'll shut it down and go home. I'm back? All right. I totally forgot about that. It's been so long, since I've been live, so totally forgot. The phone's sitting on the dash, and the sun was coming right in. Just cooked the phone. I used to play hockey with George Cahill, the MP that came out in support of the truck driver that murdered 14 people in Humboldt. He made a constant jokes in the dressing room about Jews. That's tough to comment on. I followed that. I actually watched. There was a special about the driver. Not a special, but there was this thing on the whole incident and how it happened and what happened, and they actually went into jail and interviewed the driver and the driver's family, obviously, and all the shit that went on. And Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I didn't expect to be out here this long, Craig Rat. I really didn't. I didn't expect to be doing this long. But I watched that whole situation and how the families were affected, all of the loved ones of the people that were killed and the kids that were killed, and it was fucking tragic. And it was the driver's fault, 100%. 100%, it was the truck driver's fault. Just a total tragic thing. But as far as what George Cahill was saying, that's a fucking tough one. I don't know. Making comments about Jews. I can guarantee you, though, at some point in every person's life, they've made a racial joke about something or somebody. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are, or what color you are, or what nationality you are, or what fucking anything you are. I can guarantee you at some point or another in your life, I'm not saying in the last 5 minutes, but in your life, you have made at least one racial slur, one racial joke, or listened to a racial joke and laughed a little too hard. It has happened to every single fucking person on the planet at least once. Even the Pope. Oh, I know, Basmatic, I know. It was 100%. The driver was distracted, let's say. It's not a dangerous intersection. They examined that intersection from 55 different angles, 55 different, or 5,000 probably different scenarios. They put the truck, the bus, and all that shit in, and never to find fault. It was the truck driver's fault. Bottom line, done. Truck driver's fault. It was not a dangerous intersection. It was, a simple stop sign, and he ran it. Absolutely fucking barreled right through it and killed those kids. My father regularly made racist comments after serving in Kenya. You know what? It's, again, Craig Rat, I can guarantee you at some point in your life, you've uttered a racial slur against somebody. I'm not saying against whatever creed, color, nationality, but at some point in your life, you've done it. I've done it. Whatever. I won't hold anybody responsible for something they said fucking 20 years ago, or something my father might have said, or my grandfather might have said, or their racial, injustices or racial thinking, or the way they thought. I won't hold anybody responsible for that. Just like nobody has the right to hold. If I was sitting here right now using the N-word and N-wording this and this and like that, sure, man, jump all over me. But I don't use that word, and I don't use that word in my daily life, and it's not part of my thinking. It's just not the way I am. But like I said, everybody at some point or another, doesn't matter, man, woman, probably even child. It's I know that a lot of my thinking or ideals about racism came from, who else? Came from my peers, my father, older uncles, older cousins, grandfathers, and if you're raised and that's what you hear on a daily basis, or you hear on a whatever, then you know what? It gets born and bred into you. And then as you get older, it's your choice to decide, is this the way that I think and the way that I believe? I've been led to believe this way. Is this the right way to be thinking? And in my case, a lot of cases, the answer was no. It was wrong. I had to change the way I thought about things, certain things. The stop sign had a red flashing light, and there were 3 sets of rumble strips. Again, Basmatic, I don't think it ever came out 100% whether he was tired and fell asleep, or if he was distracted. Myself, personally, If you look at the time of the day, the conditions around, weather, sky, day, whatever, if you look at everything, he was looking at his phone. He was distracted. There's no I'm not a goddamn forensics expert, and I'm not a police, expert in that kind of thing. But I can guarantee you, especially being, in this industry and driving truck for as many years as I did, I know for a goddamn fact that guy was on his phone. He was on his phone. He was either sitting there with it like this, or it was on his dash and he was doing this, typing or whatever. There's no excuse for what happened. There's no excuse for it. There's no forgiveness for it. I can tell you, when they did the interviews with a lot of the family members of the kids that died, some of those family members said that yes, they forgive the guy. He's in jail. He's paying his price. I don't know if I'd be that forgiving. Basmatic, I don't know if I'd be that forgiving, man. You wipe out a busload of kids, and one of my kids is one of them that died terribly, possibly painfully. I don't know. They've got him. They've got him isolated. He's in isolation, that guy, right? Because they know they put him in general population. He's dead before he clears the door jam. When you're born before a certain age, you grew up with it. Everything is censored now. Well, yes and no. Yes and no, Craig Rat. I agree with that. When you're born before a certain age, you grew up with it. I grew up with it, right? I grew up where the N-word was freely thrown around, like in certain areas of aspects of my family. And it wasn't just the N-word, but it was, they were making fun of, there was the Pakistanis were the Pakis, the Indians were, there's 100 names for what the Indians were called. And all of that ran rampant through our family. And then you say it's censored, but not so much. Dude, you go watch any TV program that's not on cable, and the N-word is still used a lot. Movies, it's still used. There are situations where, the person using the N-word happens to be a black guy, right? And he's calling another black guy the N-word or something like that. Well, I don't know. Does that make it okay to use, right? But if a white person was to call a black person the N-word, they're going to get killed. But if a black person stands there and calls another black person that, it's like, whatever. It's a society that, I don't sometimes understand, and I don't put any energy into it. I really don't. I don't lose my mind, and I don't lose any sleep thinking about it. I concern myself with my own thinking, my own way of thinking, my own beliefs. And as long as I mind my own business, what everybody else and what anybody else is saying, whatever, if a black guy walked up to me and said, "Hey, Cracker, how's it going?" Am I going to start throwing fists? No. Am I going to start throwing hands? No. If anybody, not just a black guy, but anybody walked up and called me a slang for being a white guy, am I going to get all defensive and throw my hands up and start pounding the shit out of people? No, I'm going to look at you like, what the fuck's the matter with you? Do I know you or whatever? But am I going to do that? No. Working at the EB Campbell Hydro Station, we were regularly run off the road in winter by the same trucking company. They wouldn't move over for oncoming traffic at all. We made lots of complaints. Well, depends on who. The problem is who you're complaining to, right? So, and again, because we were just talking about racism, but I found that in Ontario, even out here in Alberta, Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, a lot of the trucking companies are immigrants, right? They own the trucking company. So who, Bassmatic, are you complaining to? You're phoning into the HR department and go, one of your trucks just ran me off the road, this and that and the other fucking thing. And Mr. Dollywell that answered the phone is going to go, okay, thank you. Yes. Oh, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. If you get, if the police see it and tickets get involved and shit like that, and then, companies are getting dinged CVOR points, that's a different story. But if you're complaining, you got to look at who you're complaining to, right? That's the problem. Any British comedy from the 70s and 80s, you couldn't play that now. Same as in Canada, dude. Like, you couldn't watch Archie Bunker now. You couldn't watch certain shows from back the Jeffersons or any of that. It's not played on regular TV. It's on like, you can stream it, but you would never see like All in the Family, on cable, on regular TV. It just would not fly today. You are absolutely 100% correct on that. Everything's edited. Well, not edited. Everything is censored now. Absolutely censored. Is it good? No. But then you can go back and go, okay, look at when we were kids. Okay, look at this. So I'm 55. So I grew up in the 70s, right? My younger years, were in the 70s and early 80s would be my early years before I hit teens. And so we rode bikes without helmets. You look at all those old play sets or those parks that had the play sets that were all made of steel, and that big wheel that we'd all sit on and spin around until one of us got thrown off and broke our arm. We did all of that. Right? We did all of that, and none of us turned out worse for wear. Just my humble opinion. None of us turned out any worse for wear. We used to ride our bikes without pads, skateboard without elbow pads and helmets and all that kind of shit. We used to do all that kind of stuff. None of us turned out any worse for wear. Really. Generation's gone soft. Generation's gone soft. My opinion, and this is my opinion. So if you don't like my opinion, fuck off. There used to be on the street that I lived on, there was a row of houses, and there was about 8 to 10 of us that just grew up together, right? We were all the same age, and we all grew up together. And in the summertime, we'd build ramps, and then all your buddies would lie down on the sidewalk, and you jump over all your buddies, and the guy that was the last guy usually took the rear tire across his chest, right? Do that today and see what happens, right? Do that today and see what happens. See whose mama is screaming and yelling and crying, and the cops would be involved. There'd be lawyers, there'd be lawsuits, there'd be, fuck. We used to do that on the regular. That was normal. That was absolutely normal for us. No helmets, no pads. You'd be out playing hide and seek. Nowadays, you see kids. Go out to anybody that lives in a suburban area. Go look out on your street and see if you see kids outside playing. If you do, they're probably much, much younger. But, we used to play street hockey. We used to do all of that kind of shit. Nowadays, every kid now is sitting in their basement or sitting at home on a device. Nobody talks to each other. Nobody plays with each other. The word, hey, Mom, I'm going out to play, those are gone. Those days are gone. Nobody does that anymore, right? My mother on the weekend, used to throw me and my brother Glenn used to throw us out of the house at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, and we weren't to come home until the fucking street lights came on. In Ontario, in the middle of fucking June, the street lights don't come on until after 9 o'clock. My mother didn't give a flying fuck where we were from 9 in the morning till 9 at night. And then you did not go home unless you are bleeding. And it better be bad, right? Today, nah. 2-4's in the door. Good to see you, brother. Took you long enough to find us. It doesn't matter about color. I used to get slated in the U.S. For being British. Yeah, we still do that. Don't feel bad. We still ride your ass about being British. Every time I see someone posting lyrics of inspirational songs on social media, I really get pissed off, but I will survive. Oh, fuck off. You got to go have your knee pads, though. You always got to have your knee pads. Never know when you're going to have to make gas monkey. Hey, dude, no knee pads here. Right? There was no safety equipment in mine. Oh, fuck, this phone is killing me. There was no safety equipment in mine in my brother's house. Nothing. Unless you were playing organized hockey and you were on the rink, then you had your hockey equipment. Sometimes we had a female driver and they would really get scared by how the trucks would aggressively push them into the ditch. They were scared, man. Dude, I tell you right now, okay, you come out to Alberta. Highway 2 between Calgary and Edmonton is one of the worst stretches of highway. It runs probably like traffic-wise, not traffic-wise volume, but traffic-wise for craziness is the 401. Especially in the wintertime, it's poorly maintained. It really is. And my daughters don't run that highway unless they absolutely have to. Victoria doesn't run that highway unless she absolutely has to. Every time, I go up to Red Deer, I go, up to see my kids or something like that, I drive. It's just that it is a shitty fucking highway. And what it is, the speed limits are a little higher and the trucks will, if you're in the center lane doing 70 miles an hour, a truck will ride your ass to get you out of the way. They won't bump you or touch you, obviously, but they will sit there and you can count the fly. You can look in your mirror and count the flies on that guy's fucking grill. So, yeah, I get that. I absolutely get that. Driving in Alberta has been there are things out here that they do differently than they do in Ontario. Like manners-wise, driving manners-wise. They're not as polite out here. Signals are optional. Sometimes I don't even think they work. But signals are optional out here. Lane changes, signals for lane changes don't happen. If somebody's got 2 inches on either end of their car, front and back, they'll come into your lane and move over. No signal. Just boop, pop on over. Thank you. I don't know how many times I've had to honestly just tap my brakes and back off because somebody got in front of me and they were like, I don't know, a couple of feet in front of me. So yeah, I've had to relearn some driving things out here, and things that I took for granted living in Ontario and driving in Ontario and driving all over the place. Now when I'm doing my regular everyday driving just in the car around Alberta, it's like, holy shit. Yep, from Yorkshire, there's the tyke. Did Crag Rat come and wake you up, buddy? What's up? Bull of the Woods. Good to see you again, TJ. Would you go get some lunch into you or something? Signal's optional. Blinker fluid ain't cheap. Well, yeah, exactly. Blinker fluid ain't cheap. I just think it's just driving style. I guess if I came over, Crag Rat or Tyke, if I came over to England and was driving a car over there, there's probably things and styles of way of driving and the way people drive and the patterns and what they do that are completely different than, say, to North America, that I'd be sitting there going, Jesus Christ, holy fuck, John, but like I'd be losing my fucking mind too. I'm sure, these people are fucking crazy. Or they may look at me and go, what the fuck are you doing? What's the matter with you? Who drives like that? Nobody drives like that. It's where you are and how you drive. But like I said, I've had to relearn some things out here. Victoria has been out here for many years, so she's adapted to the driving style out here. And she laughs at me sometimes when I'm driving, right? She does. And she's like, you're in Alberta now, Brian. Remember that. And it's like, oh, fuck yeah. Okay, drop a gear, hit the gas, let's go. It's like, I forget where I am sometimes. I'm back in Ontario. No, you're in Alberta, right? Pedal to the floor, redline your car. Oh, had some stuff to do. Shower and consume stock selling. There you go, buddy. Taking care. In the last 10 years, it's gotten worse here. I would imagine it's gotten worse everywhere. Well, if you think about it as well, crag rat, and again, let's not go back and let's not slam the immigrants. We're not. But when you take a population as large as, say, Canada's, we'll use Canada, not Great Britain, but let's say Canada's, and you add that many immigrants that fast, and say they're coming in from India, Pakistan, whatever, the way they drive over there, man, I've seen the videos, right? The way they drive over there. Signals optional. Fuck, they're lucky if they got even signals on the car that work. Never mind optional. So the way they drive over there, and then they come over here, and they drive the same way. Jesus. So yeah, things have changed in the last 10 years and gotten worse. Probably because, the immigration population has gotten bigger. And because of that, the driving styles have changed. In a lot of cases around here, you have no choice but to be a defensive driver at all fucking times. There's no coasting anymore. It's ridiculous. It really is. Tyrannus is, we back. You've been, Bob, what are you at your next stop? That's probably what it is, eh? Now you're getting offloaded, so you'll hang out for a bit, then you'll take off, go drive to your next stop, pop back in. I don't know how much longer we got. I said about an hour ago that, I'm out of coffee and I'm just going to smoke this cigarette. So I've still been sitting here another hour and the mouth is blabbing, but we've had some pretty good conversation going. So I've just been blabbing away and talking. So I used to hate going into Bradistan. If you could make it without getting hit, you had a good day. Hey, you know what? There's certain areas of Ontario that are like that. Same thing. Like, that when you drive in Ontario, when you drive into Brampton, chances are very good that, you may come out with a ding. It's unfortunate, but it happens. What can you do? So what's new other than the same old? TJ, so much has happened. So much has happened over the last month. Really, had to have some surgery done and taken care of. I'm still recovering, but surgery was 12 days ago. So I've been totally literally on my back for the last 12. Well, not 12 days. I'd say 8 or 9 days after surgery. I was pretty immobile, and it's only been the last week here where I've been up and around and feeling all right and doing some shit. So I had to do that. Got to put the Freightliner up for sale. If it sells, fine. If it doesn't, I might just put another driver in it and put it to work. Not 100% sure on that. Just kind of bitching and ground about the government a bit. Nobody really wants to do that anymore because it's just the same old, about the government. Nothing changes if nothing changes, right? And that's the truth about life. Nothing changes if nothing changes. But other than that, man, no, brother, I'm doing good. Physically, I'm okay. Yeah, we're doing okay. I'm kind of enjoying being retired from the truck and trucking, although I do miss it. I drive down the road and there's a nice, I'm doing this as it's going by, or since I've been sitting here, I don't know how many, because there's a set of lights just right over here. And this is the Trans-Canada Highway, right? So it's the main highway that runs from coast to coast in Canada. So they come flying into town here, at 70 miles an hour, and then they'll jake up to those lights. And I get a hard on every time I hear it, right? Just absolutely. It's like, oh. So I miss it. I miss trucking. I do. But I do not miss it enough to ever think about, coming out of retirement of trucking and getting back into it. TJ, Brian had a sex change. Now he's called Brianna. I've got a daughter named Brianna, so no, that one's taken. Was crazy waking up in front of what? Hold on, you guys jumped. was crazy waking up in front of someone's house with the truck running and realizing I'm not in my bed. Dude, I did that for 36 years. Bradford got nicknamed Bradistan because it's majority Pakistani and their driving leaves a lot to be desired, to say the least. Well, it's the same in Brampton, right? It's the same in Brampton, Ontario. And Burlington is very much like that now. The Indian population came into Canada, and for some reason they congregated in the city of Brampton. And over, say, about a 15-year period, it is now, I would say, probably a good 90 to 95% Indian population. So, they've got all of their own stores, they've got their own driving, they've got their own way of living. So if we go into that city, you have to know what you're expecting. So it's exactly the same as what you're saying, Bradford and Bradistan. Yeah, same thing. We got it here. Trans-Canadians get their own roadways. They just might. Eric, we can go stand out there and I'll lift my pant leg and see how much action we can get. It's because of Bradistan is why I'm bald. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, phone. I took the plastic cover off my phone, but now it won't sit properly. A lot of guys who I know that are in trucking still say it's so taxing mentally. It is. TJ, it is. Take it from me, right? Like, dude, you run the highways a long time as well, and I think you got out, well, the full-time gig you got out before I did. It is. It's taxing. It's tiring. It's no longer enjoyable. Like, TJ, think about it when we were young, like when we were in our, we were like, you go back 20, 25 years ago, whatever. Man, before we were over-regulated, fucking e-logs and, we had the government climbing up our ass and down our throats both at the same time. Trucking was fun. Dude, trucking was a lot of fun. We used to wake up in the morning, rip down the highway, your hair is on fire, you got 2 logbooks running, you always got where you were going, and trucking was fun. I couldn't wait to wake up in the morning, pull my curtain, start my truck, listen to that big old fucking diesel fucking fire up and let it idle up for 15 minutes to warm up and get that thing on the road and go. And when I lost that a few years ago. It's time to get out. When it's no longer enjoyable and it's a chore and it's, you're not doing it because you like doing it, you're doing it because you have to. And there are a lot of guys, and TJ, I guarantee you, probably a lot of guys, that are doing it. They're still out there trucking and they hate every single mile. Absolutely hate every single mile, and they're miserable and they're grumpy. And eventually what happens is you pull into a truck stop one day, and then the next morning you wake up and there's an ambulance and a cop car, and they're pulling some driver out because he's 75 years old and he's had a heart attack in his truck and died. Dude, not me. Not you. That's not happening. That's not happening. When the love is gone, it's time to give it up. There are other ways to make money, still even in the trucking business, but without having to be in a truck and, working a 70-hour fucking week and pushing yourself and racing that goddamn e-log. The good thing about the business that I'm in now is it's agriculture. So it's e-log exempt. There's no e-log. Your weight limits are exempt. You're plated differently. So you're exempt from a good portion of that. You don't have to run new equipment. All the guys out here, everything's running. They're all running 60 series Detroits and 6 NZs, man. Right? On all their big trucks, any of us out here that are doing the AG, right? Nobody's driving like Freightliner Cascadias out here doing this kind of shit, right? They've all got 60 series, torqued up, all done up, and that's what they're running. There's no e-logs. So that kind of business is good for guys like me, even though I'm not driving. But yeah, you can't make as far as I'm concerned, you can't make a living the way we used to make a living fucking 20 years ago. It was fun back in the 90s. It's a job now, and I'm tired. Ghost, I hear you. And that's exactly what I was saying, right? It's a job. It's not even a job. It's a life. Trucking isn't a job. It's not even a career. It's a fucking lifestyle, right? I think truck drivers have the second highest rate of divorce next to fucking police and firemen or something like that. Police officers or something like that. It's a fucking lifestyle. You have to know that you're going to be in that truck for 70 hours a fucking week. You're going to be sleeping in strange places. You're not going home unless you're with a company that gets you home every single weekend. It's not uncommon. Tyrannus is in here. He'll tell you he's out 10 weeks at a fucking pop, right? 10 weeks at a fucking pop. No, thank you. There's no love. It's just a job. And even more so is it's a career. And if you're going to do that, you have to understand that it's a lifestyle. You have to be willing to live that. And the sacrifices that you're going to give up, the things you're going to give up, you have to be willing to pay the price. Not just you, but your family. You better have a fucking wife at home that knows what she's getting into, or she was with you when you started and this is her lifestyle as well. You're going to know that you're going to miss a lot of kids' birthdays, Christmases, fucking dance recitals, blah, 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 all done. You're going to miss it all. Okay? Know that up front. So what do you do after 30 years with nothing else on your resume that will pay the bills? And how do I get down to only 70 hours? Well, Ghost, you do what some other people did. I can't speak for everybody, but, you go out there and because if you've been doing it for 30 years, you must know people. You must have connections. You must have a network of friends, people, business associates that you can now call upon. And, you go find something maybe stay in trucking, but you're not in the truck yourself. Maybe you buy a couple of trucks, for example, like you go work for agriculture, or you go work the oil patch, or you go do something like that, where you buy the equipment, you put the drivers in it, you let them do the work, you stay home, manage the business, do what you have to do. And that's what I'm finding. A lot of my friends, that's what I was advised to do. Somebody came to me and when I was having, I don't want to drive a truck anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. But you do have some other skills and some marketable talents that you can take after doing a career as long as you've had. There are people, you know enough people in this business, and luckily for me, I did that you can start picking up the phone and making some phone calls and what are some options here? Oh, you need this service. What about that? Okay, and if you've got the credit, you've got the money, or you've got the ability to purchase some equipment and do some stuff, you can do something like that. That's an option for you, Ghost. I think you're a Texas girl, so it shouldn't be too hard for you to do something like that down in Texas. AG, which is agriculture, or oil. Texas is big on both of those. You second that? It's just a job now? Unfortunately, I don't want to be out weeks at a time anymore. I miss my life. Well, you know what? That's a really good point. I'm 55. Never mind the part of my life that I missed with the kids and the family, but just my own life. Just my own life. I've lived more years in a truck, like sleeping in a bed in a truck. I have lived in my life more years in a truck than I actually have in my own homes. It's, and the things that I've missed from, but on the other hand, how would I have done with a Monday to Friday 9 to 5? I did what I did in trucking because I was good at it. And then I became an owner operator because I didn't want to work for somebody else. I wanted to do my own thing and find my own way. And I wanted the challenge of being an owner operator and trying to be successful at it and make a living at it. So you have to balance that, right? Like, would I have done, work? Could I sit down at an office with a computer and do customer service? I probably could have. Would I have been happy doing it? Probably not. Could I do, like, for example, could I go work for, say, Swift or Transex or whatever and be a dispatcher? I could maybe do something like that, possibly, but still, I don't know. I had to find my own niche and had to find my own way. And Tara, you're gonna have to do the same thing. I will have a new gig in February 20, being a grandpa and looking forward. Oh fuck yeah! I am. I'm going up to. Jasper in next week to visit my daughter and my granddaughter. I am looking so forward to that because unfortunately I don't get to see them enough. I don't get to see any of my kids enough as much as I would like, but my kids are scattered all over the goddamn world, right? I've got one in Indonesia, Bali, Indonesia. I've got one in Melbourne, Australia. I've got two in Ontario, and I've got two here in Alberta. So it's a little hard, to get around and see your kids as much as you want to. Do you sit in the car all day while your girlfriend works? No. I got up this morning and took care of my business. And once business is taken care of, then I'm free to do what I want with the rest of my day. I was already working before you were probably up there, Aladdin. I was told 10 weeks out got me 2 weeks off. It's only been 10 days off, not 14. Same old home times. Well, exactly. But Tyrannus, part of that's on you. Part of that's on you. And don't get me wrong, I'm not being a dick, even though I'm a dick. I'm not being a dick. It's on you because you're allowing it to happen. Right? And I'm not saying you need to jump companies and go fun. But, if they're not getting you home when you need to be home, and that's a fucking never-ending discussion, a never-ending problem with any trucking company. Once they do get you home, if you're supposed to take 14 off and they're calling you on the 10th day going, okay, we got a load you're picking up here. There's a simple answer to that, and it's, no thanks. I need a couple more days. Hold on a minute. What's going on? Do I want a big screen? Look at my car. Do I look like I can fit a big screen in there?
Free from work. I'm fucking asking everyone. It's like one of those projectors.
Nah.
I can fit 10 in there.
Oh, good, dude. You know what? I've got probably 2 TVs in my basement right now that I'm not even using. So.
I was just looking for a deal.
Hey, appreciate it.
Have a good one.
You too, man.
Thanks.
There you go, eh? Somebody rolls up in a fucking Dodge Caravan. How sketchy is that, eh? Somebody rolls up in a Dodge Caravan and says, hey, you want a big screen? No, the police station's right there. No, I'm good. Thanks. So anyway, what I was getting at, Tyrannus, is, like I said, some of that's got to be, the responsibility for some of that's got to be on you. When they're saying, hey, we got the load and you need to go to work, you can say no. Then they can turn around and either fire you, well, they probably won't, or they may punish you and reduce your miles. Or these are the pitfalls you play and the game you play with. Tyrannus, you've been doing it long enough. You know the game. You know the game. You know what the deal is. You know that every time you've talked to a recruiter in the last 15 years, that guy is not a recruiter. They call them recruiters. They are not recruiters, they are salesmen. And they are selling you a company. And Tara, the same goes for you. If you move your company or you move around or you whatever, whenever you're talking, their job is to promise you this, and this, knowing full well that you're not going to get a good portion of all of that. But their job is to put your ass in one of their truck seats and get that truck working. They will deal with the aftermath later, right? They will deal with you complaining that you're not getting home. They will deal with that later down the road. All they want is to get you in the truck. And for the first maybe couple of months, yeah, you'll get, if you work 10 weeks out, you might get your 2 weeks off. And then one time it'll be, oh, fuck, we need you to go out after 10 days. And then after that, it'll be, oh, well, Tyrannus, you know the game, man. Two business weeks off is 14 days. Yeah, well, that is one good thing now. Companies offer benefits. Most didn't in the 90s, and nothing or nothing any good. That is true. That's one thing. Even as an owner operator, with the last company that I was on with KBD, they offered a benefit package, and they picked up a good portion of the benefits. My benefits, and the benefits were fantastic, like dental, medical, fucking private room, like everything was very, very, very good. It had a very high end medical package, and it cost me $36 a week. I had no problem paying that for $36 a week as an owner operator. If I was a company driver, they paid 100% of the benefits, and they got the same benefit package that we did. But as an owner operator, I had no problem with that. That's one thing I've noticed as well, Ghost, over the years, that the benefit packages have started to get better and better and better. And that is a selling point, right? Because I guess as Americans, it's a huge selling point because your health care is not free. Bots now do customer service jobs. Yeah, well, one day for every week, that's normal. That sucks. Local smack selling doggy shit. That's exactly what that was. Recruiters aren't drivers. They don't know the job. Crag Rat, that's a very good point. And one thing I've asked recruiters, have you ever driven a truck? No. And you know who make the best dispatchers? Drivers. Like if you're say you're 45 years old, or say you're 40 years old, that means realistically you could have come out, you could have got your CDL when you were 19 or 20, and you've driven for 20 years and you don't want to drive anymore. Take that guy right there, put him in a dispatcher seat if he doesn't want to drive anymore. The best dispatchers are retired or former drivers. Why? Because they know what you're going through. They know the hustle and bustle that you have to go through. They know the fucking aches and pains and the bullshit that you're living with. They know how to read a logbook, right? They know how to read a logbook. They can pull up your e-log and look that you've only got this so much time, and they if it's 300 miles and you've only got 4 hours left, they know you're not going to make it, right? That kind of shit works well. A lot of companies, not a lot, I'm going to say some companies do it, but more should be doing it. The dispatchers should be getting hired as former drivers. When military recruiters retire, they get job recruiting for trucking companies. They get job recruiting. Once they've been driving this long, it's hard not to laugh at their spiel. It is. You sit there and listen to, and my example was when I left KBD the first time and I went to ET Transport and I had to deal with the recruiter. I knew that fucking 70% of what was coming out of that girl's mouth was bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Now, I knew other things aside because I'd already known the company, and I knew people in the company, and I knew people that worked there, and I knew people in the management, and this and that and the other. So I didn't really fucking worry about it. But you're right. Yeah, I did that. No thanks. Need 2 more days off. Arrived back at work, and my all my gear in my truck was in the back of an empty trailer. That sucks. Yeah, 1 day a week is normal. 1 day a week is normal, but 10 weeks out isn't. So 2 weeks off seems like a deal. Again, Tyrannus, if you did that, would they do what they did to Tyke? Would they pack your shit and tell you to empty the truck? If they do, then maybe you don't want to work there. I remember walking up the road in traffic, ear infection, dizzy to get to the doctor in Chicago, was holding on to the desk when I got there. Healthcare sucks for drivers. Healthcare sucks for a lot of people, not just drivers, but you're true. You're right. You're right. Like I said, Ghost, I've had my fair share of medical issues. I had, like I said, I had I had to have emergency eye surgery I'm Canadian. I had to have it done in the States. And just lucky for me, I carry out of country, insurance. Had to have it. Otherwise, they just stuck me with a bill. My last company had no fucking clue about haulage, and they just wouldn't listen to the driver. They had you running bent all the time. Yeah. Every driver manager. Yeah, it's funny how they're not called dispatchers anymore. They're driver managers. I ever had left in cuffs, all for the same thing, writing themselves comm checks on drivers' socials. We don't have that issue up here, but we've had, I guess, in the last couple of years, we've had dispatchers that have been, and companies that have been charged and fined severely for altering e-logs, for pushing their drivers beyond their e-logs, right? And there are government regulations up here that are they're pretty strict about it. So if a dispatcher and a company, the dispatcher will probably get a rap on the knuckles. The company will take some severe points for it and severe fine for it. You get caught altering an e-log, you're fucked. Yeah, they didn't give a fuck about me busting my head and driving concussed as long as I didn't piss hot. I should have left the truck there, but gave notice to get routed to my home terminal. It's the way to do it. At some point, Tyrannus, and you've reached that point. At some point, every one of us has a breaking point. There's a line that we will not cross. Some people have a long line. You can push them and 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 milk them for everything you can fucking get out of them. And some people don't. I don't. I didn't have a long line. Don't push me. Don't harass me. You can bullshit me because I can probably sniff my way through it. But yeah, you've now reached the end of your rope. Done. You know what? Get on the computer or get on the phone, start making phone calls. I'm assuming, Tyrannus, you've been doing this again, like I said earlier, you've been doing this long enough now that there's got to be somebody that you know or a connection that you have where you can find yourself a decent company. You know, hopefully you're not in a position where you're sitting there going company to company to company just because, you know, you're pulling up want ads. The boss of that company is in jail now for smuggling heroin. Good job I left. Yeah, absolutely. That's a new one. I've never heard of dispatch using SS social security numbers and cash and comdex. That's messed up. That's got to be, doesn't it? That's got to be hard to. I've in my career, I think I've used a comm check maybe twice. And not lately, like not in the last, say, 10 or 15 years. But isn't that hard to do? Right? Because it's going to come back on you. You're going to see it on your taxes. You're going to see it somewhere. Right? I don't know. I don't know the process, but man, that sucks balls. In the States, they stick you with a huge bill for medical. That becomes a charge off on most people's credit. That's $500 ER copay, never paid, and you never can schedule an appointment on time. I don't have a lot of those issues. Like I said, I just had some surgery done, and from the time that the incident occurred to the time that I had the surgery was a month. From the time that I was admitted to the hospital and it was assessed, and then a week later I saw the specialist, and then 2 weeks later, 2.5 weeks later, I was having surgery. So I guess that's the difference between Canada and the US. Up here, you know, if it was life-threatening surgery, I would have had it right on the spot. There would have been no waiting or anything like that. For this, what I had done, it wasn't life-threatening per se, and I was quite content from the time it happened to the time that the surgery. I was done in a month. I'm good with that. I'm not gonna fucking throw up a big fuss about that. Yeah, Crag Rat's over in England. Don't hold that against him, Robert. It's not his fault. Same with Tyke. He can't help it. It's been taking since August 13th. Just got 50. What? Just got 50 to get scheduled to see a general surgeon. Are you fucking kidding me? Since August? Oh. Bro, sorry. It's like when you write a lump or a comm check and they give you their or social, but they were writing it to themselves and got greedy. Okay, I got you now. I know my heart issue price was over 250,000. Thank fuck it was covered. Well, yeah, we were talking about that much earlier, a few hours ago, about some of the differences in prices between, the US and Canada and whatnot. Like, in some cases, it is cheaper. It is cheaper to have privatized healthcare. For, if you're getting something for a bill for $500-600 or even up to $1,000, it's cheaper to pay it that way than to pay the high taxes that we pay for. But when you're talking about bills like heart surgery, or say like eye surgeries, or even the surgeries that I've had, when you're getting stuck with $48,000, $50,000, $100,000 bills, no, I'd rather pay the higher taxes and be done with it and walk in and get the surgery and walk out. Since August and still no appointment. Very slow that way. Oh, you're using the VA though. I don't know how that TJ, I'm sorry, I don't know how that works up here in Canada. Sorry. You know what? This phone just keeps bouncing all over the fucking place. I'm just gonna put the cover back on it. Just give me 1 second here. There we go. My apologies. There. Much better. Hey, Brian, be nice. Not our fault. Tyke and I are from God's country. Is that what you call it? That's what you call your little island over there, God's country. I took this job because the terminal was close to home. What good is it when you're gone and extend? Well, exactly. You might as well be working. I don't know where you live, but you might as well be working out of a terminal on the other side of the country for what good it's doing you, bro. Really. The medical bill doesn't actually show on the credit report, but they are trying to change that. It's about 3 years of never-ending bill collector calls in reality for taking your kid to the ER for a cold. Yeah, see, that's crazy. Like I said, for that kind of shit, Tara, up here, I'd rather pay the medical I'd rather pay for that myself, like for a like a broken arm or something like that. I want the health coverage like we have for the big ticket items. I really do. Being born in England, you'd won life's lottery. Now everyone is leaving Sabukistan. I don't know if it's winning the lottery, living in England. Unpaid medical should show on credit, so should rental history. I don't know if rental history up here does. I don't think the medical does up here. Obviously, we don't pay for it, so just popping in to say hi, handsome, and hit those buttons for you. Thank you very much, Dewana. Good to see you. I don't live to a major VA hospital, so they refer me to a civilian hospital for certain things, and it takes forever. You know what? That's, again, though, TJ, that's unfortunate. That's the price you pay. And plus, I don't have that problem because I don't have the population that you guys got. We don't have as many veterans. We don't have just general population. What are you guys at now? What, 345, 350 million people, right, in the United States? That's a huge drain on the medical and time and scheduling. And, up here, we got 47 million people. I just pay my bills and they don't call, just saying. Well, Robert, you're fortunate. You really are. You're very fortunate that you can do that. Some of us can do that. But unfortunately in Canada, there's a greater population that can't. And it's not all their fault. Robert, if you look at the state of the country and the economy as to which the liberal government has run our country into the dirt, and jobs and wages and salaries and cost of living are so ridiculously high that, you need a 2-person household income of both people making north of 80 grand a year to get by in Canada. When did you ever think that day would come? right? When did you ever think that that day would come? That, you know, you need a combined income of $160,000 to get by on a household today, right? And that's a 4-person household, a wife, a husband, and 2 kids, maybe a dog, a hamster, and a fucking budgie. Man, you know, it's hard. It is very hard. I feel bad for a greater part of the population. And as well as you got to think about this, the seniors are living longer. So they're draining the system as well. And don't get me wrong, most of the seniors paid into it and they're entitled to it. But at the end of the day, you know, when the average person was dying, you know, or passing away in their late 60s, early 70s, now they're living into their 80s and 90s. That's another 20 years of pension money that they're getting paid, and to healthcare they're getting, you know, all of that is a drain on the system. There's not, you know, I'm not saying that there's an easy way out of this, and I'm not saying it's 100% the government's fault. It's not 100% the population's fault. You know, there's no snap your fingers and make this go away. You know, Tyke, should we just say fuck and go knock on Brian's door? You guys are welcome to do that anytime you want. Just don't do it in the middle of the night because you'll get shot. Well, I work my ass off and my wife as well, Robert, and that's you know, that's the way to do it. 2 income is absolutely necessary. I absolutely agree. You know, I've worked my ass off for all my life, all my goddamn life. You know, my girlfriend works. You know, my girlfriend works. She works full time. She makes a very good wage, but still, she works. And you have to. Now, it's a little easier for me now. I don't have kids living at home. I don't pay anything. I don't pay anything for these kids. God forbid when they all start marrying and we got weddings. Well, that's going to be a little different. But, you know, as a younger man growing up, and you know, coming from say my mid 20s up until say my early 50s, I had to work like a fucking dog, and so did my wife, to support the house, support the kids, support the education, so their post secondary education, to support you know, a certain lifestyle. You need 2 incomes. You know, if you're making $200,000 a year and your wife can stay home, great, fucking awesome, great. But that's not necessarily the case. Unfortunately, that's at the low end of the spectrum these days. That doesn't happen. You can live comfortably on $7,000 a year in Brazil. Taxes, theft, government equal robbing bastards. Well, Robert, if they use the money for what they were truly supposed to be using it for and not spending it on fucking, you know, let's just say there's not, but let's say there's 10 items that they're supposed to be using your tax dollars for. If they spent them on just those 10 items and not the other 300, then yeah, I would have no problem with the tax system. But again, that's another fucking story. As a Roman, I'd never leave Rome. HB, you're unemployed. No, I'm self-employed. Robert, Brazil is a beautiful country. I used to live there. John Locke, an Englishman, came up with the rights to life, liberty, and property. The founding fathers of America changed it to pursuit of happiness so they could tax and steal your property. Not bad. Not bad, but I'm not an American. But I do believe that I have the right as a Canadian to pursue my life, to pursue a career, have the right to have the ability to make a living, a livable wage, support myself, I have that right? I do. And for the most part, I've done my due diligence to do that. Have I always been the perfect employee? No. None of us ever have. Have I always been the perfect husband, the perfect father? No. Everybody makes their fucking mistakes. It's just life in general. But you know, for the most part, I've plowed my way through most obstacles that life in general puts in front of you, to try to be as successful in business as I can. And, at the end of the day, does it afford you the ability to, when your kids have left home and you don't have those responsibilities anymore and you don't need the big house and you can downsize and take some of that money and invest and put it, blah, 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 yeah, okay, I can do that now. Do I have to get up every morning and fucking go jump in a truck and kill myself for 70 hours for a livable? No. But I've worked like a motherfucker for the last 40 years to do it. Some taxes are necessary. Infrastructure, elderly care, the war fighters, vets. No, Robert, again, I 100% agree with that, right? If our tax dollars were used and spent for what they're supposed to be done, dude, I have no problem with paying taxes, but they're not. They are not. Okay? When you look at a local MP, this is a member of parliament, which would be like your representative for the area that you live in. Okay? And they're making fucking 180 grand a year to work part fucking time. And they probably got a job somewhere else doing. You can take, if you here's an example, Robert, you're an American. If you took all of the Congress and all of the senators and all of the congressmen and all of the MPs and all of the people, the government workers that are that have the cushed jobs, and you cut their salaries by 2/3 and put them on a system that you will be paid according to how much work you do, you'd see a whole lot more done for your country. You would see a lot more better things done for your country, because unless they're benefiting from what they're working, they're not gonna. Why would you fucking how is it that in the US a fucking senator makes fucking $200,000 a year but has a net worth of $40 million? Come on, people. What the fuck? Really? Don't get me wrong, that happens in Canada too. Okay? That happens in Canada too. It's not. But if you were to take these fucking people and put them under the microscope and say, okay, you're gonna lose your $300,000 or $400,000 job. Your salary is now $100,000. You can get yourself back up to $300,000 based on how many bills you get passed, how much work gets done. If it's all done sort of like on a commission basis, I promise you right now, a whole lot more would get fucking done. It would. The United States of America has senators that are so fucking old that do nothing. They're collecting a salary and they do nothing. These guys are fucking into their fucking look at Biden, for Christ's sake. He was president. They're in their 70s and 80s that don't do a goddamn thing. That the people that they have working for them, their staffers, right, actually have more power and wield more power than the senator himself, because those are all the people that work in the background. And they actually know more and have more power to move and get shit done than the fucking senators themselves. Dude, that's sad. People, there's something wrong with that. That's your liberty and property you earn is then stolen by the government. Robert, I'm not disagreeing with you. Growing up, they told me I could become anything I wanted. I'm going to become comfortable. Well, I hope you make it, brother. Tyrannus, I hope you make it. Okay? Because a lot of us had to fucking, and you're one of them. A lot of us had to work a long fucking time to get here. Right? Really. Again, we go back to the industry that we're in, the children's things. I've missed my kids growing up. I've missed families. I've missed my parents. I've missed funerals. I've missed, So there better be a goddamn fucking golden rainbow. There better be a fucking pot of gold at the end of that fucking rainbow for you, buddy. I really hope there is for you. Yeah, cut salaries, start term limits, and put money where it belongs. I got no problem with that. You will not hear them bitching, but you will see them fucking working. This country definitely has enough money to go around if we weren't sending it across borders. Well, Robert, that was the big thing that I said about Canada. We only have a population of, 47 or 45, I don't know what it is, million. But yet we're sending billions of dollars over to fucking Croatia, and we're sending billions of dollars like that. Do you know, for the amount of money, and the United States has sent fucking 10 times what we've sent, but if you took the money that we sent overseas just in the last 3 years, okay, we could have housed every vet, gotten every vet, like military veteran. We could have housed every military veteran. We could have got them the proper medical care. We could have got them retrained and educated into new careers. We could have paved every fucking road. We could have knocked off our education university system, where it could have been free fucking education, free university for every single person going to university. We could have paid for all of that just on the money that we fucking sent overseas in the last 3 years. And I promise you, you guys have sent 10 times that, it would have been the same. It really would have. There would be no fucking homelessness. There'd be no uneducated. There'd be no ignorance. There'd be no, we'd be living a very comfortable country. But yet, nice shiny teeths, Brian. You like those? 690, you like them? Yeah. Put your finger in there. Stick your finger in there. See how that goes. One of two things is going to happen. I'm going to turn 62, or my mother-in-law is going to pass away. It's all just a waiting game from here on out. Oh my God. I wish I had one like that. I do not. Here you go, TJ. Senators and congressmen should be paid on the average salary or medium income average for the state they represent. And the same should be done here in Canada. It should be done here in both countries. I agree with that 100%. I agree 100%. And, MPs don't get free, they don't get free limos. They don't get free, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know an MP that needs security. Why do you have fucking paid security? We're paying for that? Are you fucking serious? Prime Minister of Canada doesn't need fucking paid security. The only time the Prime Minister of Canada needed security was during COVID, because they were afraid some crazy truck driver was going to come out of the backwoods up northern backwoods with a 30-06 on a long scope and take his head off. That's the only reason. Fucking Prime Minister of Canada doesn't even need paid security. Nobody knows who the fucking dickhead is. If they taxed 1% on every bank transaction, they would take more money in taxes and can leave our property alone. But the banker wankers rule. Robert agreed. I didn't say that about property. Someone else did. Oh, I'm not talking about property tax. Property tax is a whole different scam up here in Canada. But veterans, farmers, and the elderly. Dude, we've spent enough money that we could have covered more than that. More than the veterans, more than the farmers, more than the elderly, like everything. When you hear stories about elderly people that worked for fucking 50 fucking years of their lives, and they get a social security check for fucking $600 fucking dollars, and they're living in a small little subsidized little box, and they're living on wet cat food. How does that work? How does that work? What's worse, 100 degrees in a can, or 0 degrees in a can, or the TP is wet? I've done both. I have done both. I think the frozen can is worse than the hot can. That's just my opinion. I've done both. Thank wet for a woman. Men just shake and bake. Haha, ghost. I'd stick in more than just a finger. Well, try it and you'd lose it. A potato potty is a bad deal all around. Porta potty, yeah, I got agreed about salary being in line with local economy. It should. There's no reason why a politician should make more than the average Canadian or American household income. Like TJ said, find out for that area what the medium is, and that's what that politician should be making. Why should you be making $250,000 a year to represent me? You work for me. You haven't earned 250. You don't earn 250,000 a year. I guarantee you don't earn, because you work less days. You have more days off in a year than you work. Who the fuck would do that? If I tried that in trucking, or if Tyrannus tried that in trucking, or Robert tried that in trucking, you'd be fucking fired and you'd be fired and broke, right? Absolutely fired and broke. 365 days of the year. Yeah, I think I'm only going to work 100 of them and take the other 265 off. Yeah, okay, there's Christmas, there's holidays. They shut Parliament down, or they shut down government for a couple of weeks here and there, whatever. But still, realistically, come on now, people. Politicians do not work hard. They hardly work. Tariffs tax on foreign imports, but no taxes. Theft on our property would leave more disposable income, and no purchase tax would boost the economy, raise the GDP of the country. Absolutely. And truly homeless people, not drug addicts and not bums, because there is a difference. I agree with that, Robert, but think about this. There would still be enough money to take care of all of that, and still even get treatment for some of the drug addicts that wanted to get clean, that needed the help to get clean. I got no problem with that. As a former drug addict myself, I did not require that, but if somebody, had to be hospitalized for it and they needed special treatment for it, and the money was fine. The worst porta potty is at a 10,000 people weekend bike rally. Yeah. You do not use the pisser at a fucking outdoor concert. Do not use them. They only started measuring GDP when they invented the central bank to create money out of thin air. I was not aware of that. Faith in the dollar no longer backed by gold. In the US, it's what you can borrow, not what you can earn. It's the same in Canada. It's funny, eh? If you look at all the billionaires and millionaires today, they don't make money on what they earn. They make their money on their debt. And there's a whole way to do that. And Robert, you know what I'm talking about. It's not the faith in the dollar. You're absolutely right. You can take loans out in exuberant amounts of loans and millions of dollars in loans, and what you do with that money and with your debt, you can actually make more money with your debt than you can as going to work and working. I hate to say that. Lord, an outdoor wedding? No. Lacking mad inches. Ooh, nice handle. Liking that. Gotta walk the dogs before it gets hot and the air gets crappy from the fire. Catch you later, safe. Yeah, TJ, we've had a couple of the last couple of days here. It's been bad with the fires. We've had like, not fog, but the sky is covered. The sun is like bright orange, not bright orange, it's like a red, because the haze has just covered everything. The fires have been really, really, really bad over the last week or so. Today, believe it or not, it's actually really good. It's actually really, really good. Why did you time out 690 for that? Bring him back. He doesn't need to get timed out for that. Enjoy the smoky burn. I'm probably going to go home in about, let's say we'll give this about another 5 minutes. Don't believe me. And I'm going to sit on the toilet and enjoy my smoky burn. Reminds me of the Three Stooges. Each owes the other $20. Robert, that is so hilarious, okay? One pays the next 10 and so on until the original ends up with $10. Exactly. Yeah. And I remember that skit that you're talking about. The three of them standing there. Fuck, that's funny as shit. Yeah. Money gets diluted, but you actually make like Elon, Bezos, all these guys, they're not making money like we do, right? They're making money on debt. I'm heading off anyway. See you, folks. That is all right, man. See you later, Craig Rat. That is America banking in a nutshell. Yeah, pretty much. The Three Stooges. Okay, Robert, tell you what, go open your own credit union or your own bank and call it the Three Stooges. You probably have the most popular fucking bank in America. GDP is the country's ability to tax and service the debt. There is no money there, is only credit. The more credit leverage you can get, the more currency you can make in profits. There, he just said what I was trying to say. Right? Your credit and debt. It's nice to have credit, right? When you've got good credit and you've got good credit rating and you have the ability to dip into hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars because you have the credit and you have the ability to do it, it's nice to have that. You can do quite well with it. As long as you don't get stupid and start buying Lambos. I'd never own a Lambo. Paid insurance for 20 years with no accident. What a scam. Yeah, Robert, it would probably make you cry if you probably added up what you paid in car insurance with no accident and what what that total number is. In Canada here, our car insurance is higher than yours. We pay more for car insurance. Same with our truck insurance. I've at one point my company I was on with a U.S. carrier, and my truck insurance was a third of what my truck insurance when I brought it back to Canada and I was on my own and I had to pay for my own insurance. 1/3 is what you guys pay less than we. I'm telling you, man, it's ridiculous. So you think about what your car insurance was. If I was to add up what I pay monthly for my car insurance for what I've paid over the last, say, 46 years, fuck me. We're talking retirement money here, bud. Retirement money. That's retirement money right there. If the insurance company stroked me a check back for all of the money that I've paid and never had an accident or I never had a claim, dude, you'll never see me live again. I'm retired. I'm sitting on an island. Me and my girl are sitting on an island, enjoying ourselves. Naval vessels. Ghost, what on God's green earth, girl, are you talking about? Naval vessels. Purchase, tax, insurance, purchase, yeah. Purchase tax, insurance tax, registration tax, taxes tax. Exactly. It's funny how I was talking to one of my kids the other day, and we were talking about a vehicle, right? So let's just say I buy a vehicle brand new. I pay tax on that vehicle. The government gets the tax, the HST and the PST and the HST on that vehicle, plus an environmental tax. So let's just say the government collects on a $50,000 vehicle. The government's going to collect, $8,000 on that vehicle. I'm going to drive that car for fucking 4 years or 3 years and then sell that car to my daughter. My daughter's going to pay me $30,000 for that $50,000 vehicle. Now she's going to go register. She's going to pay tax on it. By the time that car has passed 3 times to the third person, the tax that's been collected is more than the original purchase price of the car. How is it that they get away with that? There should be a one-time tax on the purchase of the original vehicle. That's how it should work. Oh, come on, man. You guys could sit there forever talking about tax, right? You could be talking about, they tax everything. They tax everything. In your food, your insurance, your fucking, your car, your everything. You buy a pair of fucking Oakleys, a fucking tax. Anything that you purchase, there's a tax. Any kind of service that you require, there's a tax. Property tax. Property tax for us is the biggest scam in the world up here. You'll pay $6,000 property tax on a house and you have no property. Your house is sitting on a fucking postage stamp, but yet you pay $6,000 a year in fucking property tax. Your insurance is $400 a year. New drivers' average insurance is 3,000 pounds. That's crazy. That's insane. Well, but it is the same here. I think for the entire year, for two of us on a vehicle, it's under 900. It's like 880. Say like $900, right, for full coverage on a vehicle for two people, two adults. My daughter Brianna, her and her boyfriend, they crash. I don't know what it is. It's I think $700 and something a month for one vehicle. Not even a new vehicle. Okay, they're paying north of $700 to $800 a month for fucking automobile insurance. You're talking $6,000 a year, $7,000 a year for insurance. That's crazy. Half the reason to live in Florida is avoid state income taxes. Only a few states east of the Mississippi don't have them. Dude, we don't have state taxes up here. We got provincial taxes. So you've got your income tax, your provincial tax, your GST, your goods and services tax. Fuck, the list is probably as long as as long as my arm, Tyrannus. How many taxes we pay up here? There are two instances that really three that screwed us. One, the creation of the Fed. Two, they confiscated the gold. Then when we went off the gold standard, each couple decades apart. Coming off the gold standard is what hurt the most, I think. Not the U.S. dollar not being backed by gold. They should have never done that. Fishing tax, hunting tax. Oh, come on, Tyrannus, exactly. Tax for everything. But, to get a fishing license, they tax you. It's a tax. Hunting license, they tax you. No, up here, you pay $160 for your hunting license. It's a tax, right? The government's collecting it. They call it a fee, but it's a tax. It's not going to a private company. It's going to the government. Same with the fishing. If they could tax every breath, they would, and they're still talking about carbon tax, so they still might. Well, hey, don't kid yourself, Robert. They removed the carbon tax. They didn't abolish it, right? The Liberal government up here said, "Oh God, we made a mistake. Trudeau fucked up, and there's no carbon tax." They didn't remove the carbon tax off the books. The carbon tax is still there. They just reduced it down to zero. So the tax is still there. At any given time, they can turn around and go, okay, well, now we're going to reinstitute this carbon tax. It's now 13%, and you're going to pay it. What they led the population to believe is that they got rid of the carbon tax, and they did not. It's still there. All they did is reduce it to zero, and I guarantee you they will be bringing it back. Of course they will. They passed all the elections. It's almost a year past the elections. It's coming back any day now. Why wouldn't they? Can I get workman's comp for repeatedly slamming my head into the steering wheel while waiting on a load? If you can prove that it's work related and that it was an accident, I think so. Good luck proving that. I'd like to, if you do, Ghost, let me know how you did it. Fuck, I'll be telling everybody. It's so it's on hold, not gone. Yeah, it's basically on hold, right? It's there, but it's there, but it's not there. They're not enforcing it, or they're not enforcing it. Sorry, wrong words. They're not applying it, but it is there. They didn't remove they didn't remove it. Anywho. My time is up. We've been doing this for a while. I think I'm going to go home. I'm going to give my girl a call. She's probably going to want to go out for lunch. So we'll go out and do some lunch. And then I got to go watch my series. Oh my God, I can't stand this fucking series I'm watching. It's so good, but it's so bad at the same time. The American War of Independence wasn't caused by taxing tea. It was caused by the king banning the creation of colonial money that he couldn't tax. I'm not a big enough history buff to know that, but Robert, you are, so I will take your word on it. And we did the work, and the king repeat the benefits, and we weren't cool with that tyke. There you go. There you go. We're not getting it into the king's talk and the queen's talk and the government of Canada being part of England, because that will be a whole new chat and a whole new life. We'll be doing it for 16 years. So anyway, with that, guys, I'm gonna fuck off. For those of you that came out and hung out, appreciate it. Robert, Tyke Truckin', appreciate you, buddy. Love you, buddy. We might be seeing you sooner than you think. Might be. I'm not saying nothing else, but we might be seeing you sooner than you think. Robert Love, thanks for the chat, man. Always good. Love having you here. Great things you say. I may not always agree with them, but God damn it, I'll fucking talk with you about them. Thanks for doing that. The bankers got back in when they created the Fed and income tax started. Well, of course they would. Of course I'm fucking with you. Dude, I like the way you talk. I like the way you think. And I appreciate the conversation. Love good conversation. I don't have to agree with it, but I love the conversation. Thanks anyway. Anyway, enough thanking. Fuck, I'm not collecting an Academy Award here, for Christ's sake. So I'm gonna bugger off. We'll see you guys down the road.